Right, listen in. Item one on the agenda, apologies. I've got an apology from Councillor O'Reilly. He's away on chair's business. There are no other apologies. Councillor McClockery, John, I think you're going to say you're leaving early, but go ahead.
Yeah, I've on parent duties and I have to leave at 5.
That's okay. We'll do our best to get as much of the business over by then. Before we go into the rest of the business, we have a fairly full agenda here. If we can't get through it for whatever reason, the overflow date will be the LDP date on the 27th of March. There's little business and we're holding that date in the diary. So if we have to rerun to finish the business, we will be rerunning on Wednesday, the 27th of March. Item 2, I've signed both sets of minutes and they're away with Kim on to Alison. Item 3, any declarations of interest in regard to items of business on the agenda today? No. We'll go on to item 4 then. We have 4 applications coming for the committee. We'll deal with the first one, and that's application number 1, LA10 bar 2021 bar 1393F. And it's for the variation of a condition. Seamus? Or is that Darren? Is that you, Darren?
Just to advise, I'll take the first 4 applications, paper A, and then Seamus and Adele will look after the paper B applications. Just in terms of running order, okay? So just in relation to some housekeeping members, so application number 6 on paper B. So it's LA10 2023-2010, an outline application for dwelling for Mr. Phelan on the Shanmuller Road in Omagh. The recommendation of officers is to approve planning permission for that application. The applicant and the agent had obtained speaking rights, but they've subsequently advised that they will not be attending the meeting, so they won't be speaking here today. There is an objector to the application, and the objector has submitted a late objection. The late objection doesn't raise any new material considerations that aren't before you already, and that aren't included within the report and don't change the recommendation of officers. However, within the objection, the objector has stated that he was not aware the application was coming before the committee today, and only became aware of this very late in the day and wasn't able to request speaking rights to attend today. He also points out that Monday was a bank holiday, which also affected his ability to request the speaking rights. So he has asked members for a deferral of the application to allow him to attend at another meeting and get speaking rights at that meeting. So as usual, members, we do normally put these things first just to agree those before we go through the applications. So members, the applicant and the agent will not be attending, and the request is from the third party for a deferral of the application to obtain speaking rights for the next meeting.
Sir, our amended protocol hasn't gone through RNC and full council, so we're still operating under the old council protocol, so we can take a deferral if that's the wishes of the committee. Councillor Campbell, Glenn.
I suppose in light of that, Chairman, and the comments from Darren in relation to the confusion around the procedure, I would propose a deferral, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Glenn. Councillor Thompson, Earl.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thanks to Darren there. I'm happy to second proposal by Councillor Campbell. Thank you.
It's okay. Look, we've got a proposal to defer following the requests from the objector and obviously non-attendance of the applicant and agent, and it's duly seconded. All agreed? All agreed. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Back to Darren.
So just to confirm then, members, and for anybody in attendance, so paper B application number 6, LA10 2023-2010, the outline application has been deferred until the meeting next month. So members, moving on then to the first application in paper A, LA10 2021 1393. It's a full application, a section 54 application to vary the wording of a condition of a previous approval, LA10 2016-0938. Previous approval was for the extension to Tracy Concrete for a storage yard. And as part of that approval, there was a condition on it restricting the parking in the yard. This application is solely to amend the condition 2 So the rest of the application will remain and will not be changed. The applicant then is Tracy Concrete, and the location then is at the Tracy Concrete site in Enniskillen. Recommendation of officers is to approve planning permission, subject to the conditions listed within the report. So just to go through some of the details, members. So on the screen, you can see the location. I'm sure you're familiar with the yard, the Tracy Concrete Yard and Complex in the Enniskillen area. So the yard itself then, the approval in the 2016 application allowed for the extension of that yard. So changed an agricultural land to open storage area to facilitate the extension of existing concrete products yard. So the yard has planning approval and is under is working at the moment and is being used to store concrete products. As part of that application, the 2016, the approval, condition 2, you can see at the top of the screen, said the extension of the yard hereby approved shall be for the storage of concrete products only. No chemicals or oil should be stored in the yard area, and no vehicles should be parked, refueled, washed, or maintained in this area. And the reason was twofold: so to protect the immunity of adjacent receptors and to protect the water environment. So this application seeks to amend the approval and reissue it with an amended condition number 2. So the first bit of the condition will not change. The extension of the yard hereby approved shall be for the storage of concrete products only. No chemical oil should be stored in the yard, and no vehicles refueled, washed, or maintained in the yard. However, the last bit then will change. So parking will be allowed for temporary parking of HGV trailers will be permitted within the yard area only. So it's only the trailers. No other vehicles should be parked in this area. So the reason again will not change, to protect immediate receptors. So just to go through that, the previous condition said no parking of any vehicles. This application seeks to amend the condition to allow the temporary parking of the trailers. So that'll be the flatbed lorry and the curtain trailers as well. In terms of the reason for the condition, you can see one of the issues was the impact on the amenities of neighbours. And these would be the closest neighbours to the site, Laurelview Court. So you can see the distances from the properties themselves to the very edge of the site boundary. So running along there from right to left, you have 127, approximately 120, 97 and 97 for the number 14 Laurelview Court, which is where the objector is lives. So the view from Laurelview Court, so if you just go back, members, so if you're up at Laurelview Court, you can see the line of houses. If you're up there and you're on the higher ground looking down into the yard area, so that's the view you see from the number 1 on the left-hand side, sorry, of those houses. You're looking down into the yard. And then from the other end of that cul-de-sac, you can see the views then looking down into the yard. So there are some HGV trailers already parked on the site. And that photograph was taken the 15th of March, and you can see them parked there. So members, just to go through some of the issues then, the reason for the condition is to protect the immunity of neighbours and to protect the water environment. NIA, in their consultation reply, have requested further information on the meaning of temporary parking, but that is included within the applicant's supporting statement where they go through what is proposed, and it's very clear, and officers are very clear what this application is for. So planning officers have not gone back to NIA or requested this information. The conditions will remain that there'll be no refueling, washing, maintenance, or of any vehicles. There'll be no storage of any chemicals or oils. So it's really only the parking of the trailers, the flatbed trailers or the curtain trailers. Conditions then will ensure there's minimal risk to the environment and no real change from the previous application. And the recommendation then is to approve subject to the 12 conditions listed within the report.
Right, members, we have representation from the agents and also one objector as well, as you see from the list. If I could ask the 2 agents to come forward, please, if they're here, and there are chairs. Just to make you aware of the protocol, you've up to 10 minutes actually to present your arguments. If you finish early, that's fine, but if you go to the time, I'll stop you on 10 minutes. Thereafter, the committee have the right, if they want, to ask you questions and you can answer them back. When that's all finished, I'll ask you to withdraw and go back to your seat. and then we'll proceed to the objector, basically. I would ask you to introduce yourself when I put you live. Are you happy to go? Yep, that's all right. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Chair, Committee. My name is Alistair McKinley. I work for RPS, who are the applicants for the plan application before the committee today. Acting on behalf of the applicant, Tracy Concrete.
Alistair, could you pull the mic down
Sorry.
and lean into it?
Apologies. Sorry, I'll go over that again just for the
Right,
record.
that's okay.
My name is Alistair McKinley. I work for RPS, who are the agents for the planning application before the committee, acting on behalf of the applicant, Tracy Concrete. In the first instance, we welcome the case officer's report and the recommendations to approve the planning application. Without wishing to repeat matters already set out within the submission and the planning report, we would take the opportunity to briefly reiterate some key points. As members may be aware, Tracy Concrete is one of the largest precast concrete manufacturers in the country. Tracy's began as a family-run contracting business in the early 60s, installing water mains throughout Northern Ireland. Further expansion of product lines and operations through the following decades has seen Tracy Concrete establish themselves as a leading precast drainage supplier throughout Ireland and with a strong presence in the UK mainland also. Their success is built on consistent quality of products, successful innovation, efficient delivery, and outstanding customer service, and they are continually looking to optimize operational efficiencies within their manufacturing processes and procedures to ensure that the production high quality products within an environmentally sustainable context. Tracy Concrete is a long-established industry which continues to bring investment into Enniskillen, providing significant employment for local workforce in a wide range of jobs, from directors, production engineers, quality managers, sales managers, HGV mechanics, yard operatives, and other office staff as well, providing also for indirect employment in many local support businesses. As I set out in the report, Tracy Concrete secured planning permission for an extension to their established concrete works to accommodate an external yard to store concrete products under planning applications LA 10 2016 0938 and LA 10 2019 0068. The application before you today proposes to vary the wording of the condition of the planning permission for LA 2016 0938 to allow for the temporary parking of flatbed lorry trailers within the external storage yard to enable increased efficiencies in the loading and transportation process. So as was set out in proposal, I'll not go over it again, but we have proposed to vary the condition to allow just for the temporary parking of the HGV trailers. As noted in the case officer's report, the council has previously granted permission for an identical change of wording of the same condition in relation to planning reference LA 10 2019 0068 as recently as February 2024. I believe that application didn't come before the committee because it wasn't a major application. It's important to emphasise it's proposed that only the trailer part of the HGV lorry will be temporarily parked in the yard. The cab of the HGV lorry will only enter the yard to leave the trailer before exiting. The HGV lorry cab will then return to collect the trailer loaded with product. Proposed variation to operations will improve lorry circulation and operational efficiencies within the wider site and reduce the dwell time for lorries in the adjacent yard, thereby reducing any associated amenity issues. The current operations within the storage yard do not involve any toxic or hazardous chemical processes or the storage of oils or chemicals, and the flatbed trailers are free of such substances, so there is no additional risk of pollutant release posed by the temporary storage of these trailers for short periods in this yard. Tracy Concrete is committed to ensuring that their operations adhere to best practice in terms of pollution and release of materials which could harm features of ecological interest or the water environment. In conclusion, Tracy Concrete are eager to work with the council and other relevant authorities to ensure that impacts from their long-established base in Enniskillen are mitigated as far as possible. We are working with the council to continue to improve our working practices and to facilitate the sustainable retention of this important industry and employer in the local community. And in that context, we would respectfully request that the application to vary the condition be granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Finished well within the time. I'll ask you just to remain there. Members, do you have any questions for Alistair in regard to what he just said or the application in general? Councillor McGuire, Tommy?
Margaret Carney, and thank you for your presentation there. Just item 4, one of the conditions is the timings, the opening times of the plant, and I see it's 7 to 6 Monday to Friday and 8 to 1 on a Saturday. No operation on a Sunday. Is there ever an occasion when there would be extra hours, or that the place would be in operation outside?
Well, the conditions, and that's under what controls that the facility operates. So no, we would stick to those hours.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Another question. Councillor McClockery, John?
Thank you. I'm assuming that what you're saying is that the stuff, products are sitting on the ground at the moment, and the lorry will come in, leave off a trailer that's empty. Product will be placed on it rather than set it on the concrete, and the lorry will leave. So that will actually reduce the amount of time that a lorry's sitting in the yard, possibly with its engine running. So is that what you're saying? It'll just be.
It wouldn't sit on idle for, you know, the period of time it takes to load. But yes, in essence, that's the operation is the exact same now, minus the cab sitting there for the duration of the loading process.
That's the only variation.
Yes.
Happen operationally in the yard. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? I'm seeing no indication, so I'm taking that as a no. Alistair, I would ask you now to withdraw back to your seat. Okay. Could I ask the objector now, Mr. Bill Keane, to come forward just to sit in that chair as well? Or one of the other ones? Bill, a slightly similar but dissimilar procedure for you as an objector. Your time is limited to 5 minutes. If you're running up close 4 minutes, I'll give you an indication that there's a minute left. If you finish before that, that's fair enough. And the committee will have the opportunity to pose questions to you if they so desire. If not, I'll ask you then to withdraw, and that'll be finished. You withdraw back to your seat. Are you happy? I want you to introduce yourself as well. You happy to go? Yeah, and if you lean into the mic when I switch it on. There you are.
Hello, my name is Bill Keane. I'm a resident of 14 Laurelville Court of Lisbon. I have been tortured by this company for 6 years now. And in part, a main big part is in relation to the parking of trailers in this area. They not only don't comply with that, they never have. They do not comply with the time limits that are restricted. They do not comply with the number of forklifts that are allowed in the area. I have had HGVs waking me up 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, dropping off and collecting trailers. The most recent one was in July of last year. There are currently 34 trailers parked in that area as of this morning. Many of them have been sitting there for weeks. It has never been a case where a trailer is dropped, loaded, collected, moved. This company has a history of non-compliance with planning restrictions. And they're all mixing together over 3 applications that I am personally aware of. The 2019 application was actually a retrospective planning application due to an overexpansion of the 2016 area. Just last week, I had to advise the council, or the planning office, that if a Section 54 application is required for the parking of trailers, why has it not been required for multiple forklifts acting in the area when there's only supposed to be one at a time? So just last week, as we advised, a notice was being taken out in relation to that. Last February, I had a meeting with the planning official and the environmental health department official. And it was at that point I was told by that planning officer that the company had basically said, we're not going to start putting multiple forklifts in the area. And nothing has happened in relation to that since then. I have been sending notifications into the planning office in relation to breaches, in relation to multiple points on the 2016 and 2019 application since the 3rd of August, 2018. I have recordings from about 3 or 4 months before that of activities occurring. I submitted 59 videos in relation to my initial contact with the planning office to a senior planning engineer, and he came back saying there was no breaches shown on it. And yet when I grudgingly had a meeting with him on the 27th of November, he could see them clearly. The only ones I couldn't really show them because it happened overnight was the HGVs going in, dropping off and collecting trailers. If these trailers are allowed to remain being parked in this area, this company will continue its unlawful activities. It will still continue to destroy my sleep, destroy the amenity of my home. If you have 6 forklifts and 6 HGVs operating in that area during the day, on a Saturday morning, nice summer Saturday morning, or a day when I'm off, I can't sit down and relax and enjoy it because it's too noisy. I have had difficulty talking to people on the phone because I can't hear because of the noise from this side due to the number of vehicles operating in the area. 6 years. 6 years I have been suffering through this. And I know it is the company that is responsible for committing the breaches, but the planning office, in my view, has a lot to answer for. What I have been advised by a planning official is their normal practice of not taking enforcement actions during the process of an application. And in my view, that includes even if the application has nothing whatsoever to do with the breaches being advised to them. And also through its lack of taking action. There was no notice issued in relation to this company until August of 2022. And I had been notifying them from the 3rd of August, 2018. I am absolutely disgusted with everything that's been going on with the company and with the planning office. And if I had known I could come to these meetings, I can assure you I would have been here many, many times before this.
1 minute to go, Bill.
I think I've expressed as much as I can in the time that I'm allowed. So I will stop talking, but I would beg you, do not allow these trailers to be parked there because the company will once again have HGVs in there overnight, waking me up. My health is getting ruined because of this. I'm on 2 different high blood pressure tablets. My sleep, I haven't slept properly in 6 years because of the company's activities and the anticipation of the activities. Please do not approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. Finished within the time. Have we any questions for Bill in regard to his presentation? Councillor Campbell, Glenn?
Yes, Chairman, I suppose just for clarity, Bill, thank you for your presentation, representation here today. You mentioned at the start, and I just want to be clear in my own mind, you mentioned the most recent being July 2023. Is that a reference to an application or is it a reference to a disturbance?
There was an HGV in the area at 5 o'clock in the morning that both dropped off and collected a trailer. Dropped off an empty one and collected a loaded one at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Most recent disturbance you've had during the night is what you're saying?
It was, yes.
I want to clarify that. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, Councillor McCander, do you want to come in or not? That's okay. Anybody else want to pose questions to Bill? Don't see any more. Thank you very much, Bill. I'd ask you to withdraw back to your seat. Thank you. Darren, over to you.
Members, happy to take any questions. All the issues raised really are addressed and covered in the report, but happy to take any questions.
Councillor McGuire?
I go, I'm going to carry Darren, just again, to summarise, obviously we've just had reports of out of hour activity on the site. And I did ask the agent and he told me that they adhered to the timings as is outlined in condition 4. How do the planning authority monitor these situations and the report of outside activity? What role would yourselves have in monitoring that situation? Darren, please.
Members, it's very important to remember that what you're here today to do is determine this application. The application is seeking to amend the condition. So it's only that scope that really is under consideration and being determined today. The application, though, comes with, if it is approved, comes with conditions which restrict the hours of operation and 1 forklift at a time. Those conditions would be pulled through if permission is granted. The applicant then has to comply with those conditions, and if they don't, that's a breach of plan control. Planning officers have evidence of a breach of plan control at the site, and the council has issued a breach of condition notice for a variety of breaches, including more than one forklift and operating outside of hours. So that is currently going through and will be progressed on to the for summons to be issued, etc. In terms of identifying those breaches, the neighbours are the best people to do that. They provide us with the evidence because they're there themselves, and that is taken as factual evidence in this case, and we don't doubt it. But we can also carry out visits ourselves outside of those hours if necessary, and gather evidence ourselves.
You don't want to come in now, Councillor McCann? That's okay. Any further questions for Darren? You've heard Darren explain that it's amended to the condition and the conditions are quite tight. Anything going forward then will be monitored with regard to breach. And the application is for parking trailers only and one forklift at a time. So it's decision time now, members. Councillor Maguire, Tommy.
I'm happy enough to propose the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Feely, Anthony.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, any further proposals? No further proposals. I've got it duly proposed and seconded that we go with the officer's recommendation to approve. All agreed? Right. Thank you. Darren, could you sum up?
Okay, members. So the application then, recommendation of officers was to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 12 conditions. Members have granted planning permission for the application subject to those conditions.
Thank you very much. We'll go on to application number 2 now. And that's LA 10 bar 2023 bar 2446. Oh, sir. Right. Could you, Roisin, just pull down your mic and I'll make you live just for recording purposes.
Yeah, Chair, I abstain on the last one there, please. Thank you.
Right. We declared an interest or abstained? Abstained. That's okay. Yes. I'm just being reminded. If I put a proposal and there's no negativity and I say all agreed, you need to come in if you're abstaining or, yeah, that's okay. I didn't say it quick enough. So sorry about that. It's my fault. It's okay. Right. Item number 2, Darren.
Okay. Application number 2, LA 10 2023 2446. So it's a full application for a 22.5 metre high telecommunications mast with associated antennas and equipment. The proposal includes the creation of a site compound, 3 cabinets and other equipment. It's surrounded by a 2 metre high palisade fence along with other ancillary works. The location then is within the council compound at the Oma Leisure Centre. And I'll show you now in a second the specific location, members. The applicant then is Telefonica UK. And the recommendation then is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 4 conditions. So members, really, I'm sure you know, on the left-hand side, the Oma Leisure Centre is identified by the red star there. You can see the outline of the building. In front of the centre is a track with football pitches and track. And then beside that, there's a couple of existing buildings. There's one of them over on the left-hand side of the slide. You can see there. The site itself then is in the red rectangle beside it. So on the right-hand side of the image then, you can see the block plan, which shows the location again. So the red line is the Old Mountfield Road. As you come in off it, into the existing car park, through the car park, and then there's a double gates, which allow you access into the running track. The site then is just beside the yellow star. Looking at the block plan then, so you come in off the car park through the existing gates, you can see the line of the existing wall, and the site then for the development will be right behind the wall. Again, just an aerial image then. You come in through the gates, and then the site itself is just on the right-hand side. So that's an image then, members. I'm sure you're familiar with the location of the car park. So through the double gates then, and just in behind the wall on the right-hand side again. From inside the site, you can see then this is a view provided by the applicant looking towards the the site of the development. So you can see the gates then, and the site of the development then is the yellow star. So what's proposed is a monopole mast, 22.5 meters high with the antenna on the top of it. It's a single monopole, solid pole. And then at the bottom, you can see the compound with the fence around it and the location in beside the existing wall. That's a zoomed in snip then, members, just of the location of the base of the pole. And you can see the wall then, the existing 3 meter high brick wall is facing into the car park will screen the compound. So you won't actually see the compound itself with all the equipment, etc., and the fencing, etc., from the car park. The mast though will project well above that, obviously. So one of the key issues then, members, is in relation to the siting of the development that it's within the DFI Rivers flood maps. So it's within the floodplain. The applicant has agreed with that and there's no dispute over that. The council has consulted DFI Rivers and they've come back with their comments. And they consider the proposal as contrary to policy unless it's demonstrated to be an exception. So the plan strategy allows, as an exception to the presumption against development in the floodplain, it allows development in the floodplain in a number of cases. Officers consider that this is an exception to the floodplain policies as it is a public utility. The applicant has demonstrated this is the only location suitable or available, and there's also a need for the development given the pressure on the existing mobile phone masts in the area. So therefore officers agree it is an exception, and that decision, whether it's an exception or not, is one for the council to make. It's not for DFI Rivers. So the officers agree it is an exception, which for operational reasons has to be in the floodplain. In terms of the location in the floodplain, the application is not accompanied by a flood risk assessment. However, it's very obvious where the sources of flooding are going to come from. So it'll be the river flooding here. That is an open compound. The concrete base will be flush with the ground. The cabinets will be raised above the floodplain, will be actually out of the floodplain. So really only the pole and some other equipment will actually be located in any flooding area. And therefore there'll be marginal displacement or any increase in flooding elsewhere as a result of this development. So overall, there's no conflict with the flooding strategy policies. Another important consideration, members, is the impact on neighbours. You can see on the slide in front of you, there is a terrace of houses across the road from the car park. They're roughly about 56 to 61 metres from the wall, and the pole then is on the other side of that. So they are in relatively close proximity in this urban context. However, the intervening landscaping and trees, the wall, etc., will all screen the visual impact of this. You will still see the mast. It is a 22.5 metre high mast. However, the separation distance from the neighbours will ensure that there's no real impact on their amenity from overshadowing or dominance or anything like that on the front of their properties. The application is accompanied by a certificate demonstrating that it's within the necessary guidelines. And overall, for the reasons listed within the report, the application is considered to accord with the various policies within the plan as recommended for approval. Just to advise members, Les Ross, the agent, had requested speaking rights but has withdrawn those, so there's no speakers today.
Okay, you've heard Darren's presentation. Any comments or questions? Councillor Campbell, Glenn, go ahead.
Chairman, I suppose I just wanted a question in relation to nearest third-party houses. Under what conditions would a property be written to in respect of this type of application? For example, those houses opposite, would they have been contacted, or are they just beyond they're not on the boundary of the land being used? You know, so is there a guidance as to when you would be contacted in terms of distance?
Yeah, so well, there's two things really applying. There's the legislation sets out what a neighbour is in terms of neighbour notification, so who should get a letter, and also the council statement of community involvement sets out when we should notify neighbours. In both cases, these applications, the red line is the critical thing. The red line only goes around the site. Anybody that would border on or bound or touch the site will get a letter of notification, but these guys are across the road, a significant distance away, so no, they wouldn't be entitled to a neighbour notification letter.
I'd guess they weren't, but just wasn't sure. Just wanted to check. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor McCann, Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Darren. It's just in relation to siting it in the floodplain, and I hear what you're saying, Darren, about, you know, this is the exception and this is the best site for this particular equipment, but, you know, water and electrics don't always mix. Is there a chance that this machine or this equipment could fail in light of flooding, or what mitigations are in place to ensure that this doesn't happen? I suppose it's just whenever you see a phone mast going into a flood risk area, like around, how often would this area be prone to flooding? I don't just know it. I obviously know where it is, but I don't know the flooding history on that site.
Yeah, so let's go back. So in terms of the flood zone itself, you can see it's at the outer edge of the flood zone on that slide. That's as close as I can zoom in. By the way, remember, it's just on the flood maps. I can't go any closer, unfortunately, but it is at the edge, but it is within the flood zone. So it will flood sometime. How often it floods, obviously that's something these days will happen more and more. In terms of the impact on the development itself and the threat to electrics and all those things, that's going to be for the applicant's decision to make whether they go ahead with this in the floodplain. They're very aware now that it's in the floodplain, and whether they go ahead with it, that'll obviously have to require specialist construction to make sure all that stuff is out of the floodplain. Say the cabinets are out of the floodplain, they're lifted up on frames. So the various other bits of equipment will all have to be out of the floodplain, but the actual construction of it, the electrics, how it operates and all those things is for the developer. It's not for the
It's
council.
not a planning issue.
No.
Councillor McClockery, John?
Thank you. And if we look at the slideshow at slide 16, we have a street lamp. So I'm assuming that's 30 feet, 10 meters. I'm just trying to put into perspective how large, given that this is, well, it's not an urban area, but it is. There's residential on the Mountjoy Road and the old Minefield Road. So just what sort of size is the mast in comparison? If that is that street lamp about 30 foot, was possibly 10 meters, so it's roughly twice the size of that. Just to put it into perspective, and then I can sort of gauge them by the maturity of the trees and stuff, how much of it's going to be visible. Sorry, Darren, for putting you on the spot.
Okay. I'm hands up here. I don't know what size that lamppost is. All I can say is that in relation to the visual impact of these mobile phone masts, they were generally about 15 meters high at one stage. You know, that's the common sort of size of them around the countryside and in urban areas. This one's higher than that. It has to be because of the location, because of the nature of the topography. You can see the rise up towards the Silver Birches and all those houses up there, you know, so it is at a lower part.
Right.
Yeah, just I'm noticing now, members, thanks to Kim, you can see on the screen in front of you, members, the lamppost level is at 12 meters.
Oh,
That
thank
tells
you.
on it there. So it's at 12 meters, so you're 22. I say this will be seen, members. There's no point arguing and trying to argue it will not be seen. The compound will not be seen, but you will see this mast when you're driving on the roads in the area, and the residents will be looking at it and will see it. The question is then what harm that has upon the visual amenity of the area, and that's always a balance. And the other question is what harm it has upon the amenity of residents. So in some cases, if the development, I guess, is really close to residential properties and they're looking out the window and all they see is a large mobile phone mast, you would say that's not really acceptable. But in this case, because of separation distance, you'll see the mast within the wider context of the trees and the wider sky and the other buildings in the area. So there is a good degree of separation which allows this to work.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to be peeping through the rooftops. What's the benefit going to be to mobile phone users in the, have they said how much, what percentage of a better signal are users going to get? Because I know I've heard people complaining in the Grange Park with children that on a sunny day nobody can get you because the signal's been overloaded. So is it going to bring an improvement as well?
Yeah, the application is accompanied by evidence on that, and the system, the O2 system especially, is overloaded at the moment, and there's a significant demand in the area for another mast. They've looked at various alternatives and various other options, and none of those work out. So this will provide the capacity that is required for that company.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McGrath, Bernard?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Darren. I just question the position of it. You know, it's just, if you look at the land, you know, where the park run is, you know, the land up there would be higher. I know it probably would be harder to connect to electricity, you know, but I just think there's a lot more land up where the park run is, and it's higher up, you know, and would this be anything to do with the new hub that's been built, or the old, you know, will that benefit them in any way, or are the two tied in?
No, there's nothing in the file seeking to justify this or demonstrate that this is part of the hub, the redevelopment of the old health centre. The two are standalone operations. In terms of the alternative lands, members, this is a council site. So the council has within their gift to look at alternative sites if they want to. The application has been made on this site for this proposed development though. And as I say, we would encourage a decision to be made today just to go forward with their officer's recommendation.
Councillor McCann, Stephen.
Chair, I'm happy to propose recommendations listed there.
Could I suggest, I think just before we get to a seconder, that if it's not already conditioned, that the mast, if approved, I'm not presupposing the decision yet, that it's actually painted to more camouflage with the surrounding greenery, because although there's a lamppost close to it, it actually reads with the green background. So because of the height, it might be better to mask it. I know it's done in other areas and they do it with wind turbines. So I think it would be better masked if it melds in with the greenery. Sorry, I cut across here. Councillor Thompson, Earl.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks to Darren for that report. And some interesting questions put across there and answers given. If Councillor McCann, who's the proposer, is happy to incorporate your suggestion, Chair, I'm happy to second the recommendation.
Are you happy, Councillor McCann, with that? Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Just for the record, Councillor McCann is happy to agree a condition with regard to decoration. Thank you. We've got a proposal seconded. All agreed? All agreed. Okay. Darren?
Okay, members, so the recommendation of officers for the application LA 10 2023-2446 was to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 4 conditions. Members have granted planning permission for the proposal, subject to those 4 conditions, along with an additional condition in relation to the colour of the mast, that the mast shall be green. Members, if I could suggest that we word it that the colour shall be agreed with officers. We will bear in mind that members are looking at green colour here, and then the mast shall be constructed in accordance with the agreed colour scheme. That's okay.
Agreed, thank you. Right, we'll move on to application number 3, LA 10/2023/2362, and it's the creation of a multi-use trail. Aaron again.
So number 3 then, LA 10/2023-2362. Full application for the creation of a trail at the in Fintona. The applicant then is the council, and the recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to planning conditions. Well, members, the site of the development then is within the Ecclesville Forest in Fintona. The site location plan then includes the wider area under control of the council, with the red line then being the proposed new trail. So if I just zoom in on that, you can see on the screen then the red line then is a new 0.6 kilometre long trail, and it allows 2 existing trails to link together with a new trail throughout the site. The trail itself then is a 3-metre wide path constructed in hardcore, about 500 millimetres in height, with a V-shaped trench then along the upper side to collect the water and to ensure that there's no displacement of any surface water. Excuse me, there's no impact on the amenity of any neighbours. There are rafts in there, you'll note from the report, members, and there's potential then for previously unrecorded archaeological remains to be discovered. So there are conditions in relation to an archaeological dig as part of the proposal. Protection measures are also included around the rafts to ensure that they're protected. The site has a variety, an extended number of protected species, and it has been front-loaded with the required information in relation to these. So you've bat reports, badgers, squirrels, etc. All are okay, and the NIA are largely content. However, they have requested further information in relation to buffer zones around existing badger sets. This has been provided and demonstrates that the paths are a significant distance away from those buffer zones. So the Council Planning Office hasn't gone back to NIA, as there's no need to reconsult them, as the evidence demonstrates there's no impact on those badger sets. So the recommendation then, members, is to approve planning permission subject to conditions within the report.
Thanks very much, Darren. Any questions for Darren? Councillor McCann, Stephen?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Darren. Slide 28, it mentions the refurbishment of the existing paths in Brown. Is that also part of this plan application as well, where that work will also be carried out, Darren?
Yeah, so that's not included in the description. The description is just solely for the creation of the paths. The refurbishment of existing paths wouldn't require planning permission anyway. So it has been included there. I have assumed it to be for information only because it is solely described as creation of the new path. Even then, the refurbishment of them all would meet the policies that are relevant to them if there was an application for them. But as I say, they don't need to.
Okay, no problem. Well, it's an area I know very well and I'm a frequent visitor to the forest, and I'm happy to oppose the recommendations as listed, Chair.
That's okay. Thank you very much, Stephen. Councillor Divine Gallagher, Roisin.
Chair, I would be happy to second that proposal.
It's okay. Thank you. Councillor Rainey, I'm sure you're coming in to welcome the proposal.
Thank you.
It's great. I've got a proposal to go with the officer's recommendation to approve. Are we all agreed? All agreed. Thank you very much. Darren, do you want to sum up?
Yeah, so application number 3, LA 10 2023-2362. The recommendation of officers was to approve planning permission. Members have granted planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 8 conditions.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll move on to now application number 4, and that's LA 10 bar 2024 bar 0073. It's for the extension to the quarry.
Yeah, so number 4 then, LA 10 2024-0073, a full application. It's another section 54 application, members, to develop a quarry in accordance with the previous approval, but varying the conditions that are attached to that approval. The location then is at Scrahy Quarry and the applicant is Damien Keenan. The recommendation then of officers is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 15 conditions. Just take you through the members on the screen. I'm sure you're familiar with the quarry itself up at Castlederg. It's on the B72 Scrahy Road, a large existing limestone quarry. So planning approval was granted under the 2017 application to extend that quarry. The proposal now, that approval, just you can see, members on the screen then is the view along the front of the site. And that's the view then looking back towards the entrance. So that approval, the 2017 0880 to extend the quarry included a number of conditions. One of those conditions related to the requirement to provide details of a wheel wash facility. So it's a common thing found at quarries where vehicles would drive through this before they go onto the public road just to clean the wheels. So that was required to be submitted before they would commence any operations on site. The applicant has applied to remove that condition as part of the approval. So in considering that, the council has consulted with Environmental Health and Road, DFI Roads. DFI Roads obviously have come back, as you'll see from the report, and are content that no wheel wash facility is required. In the interest of amenity, again, the mitigation works that will be carried out on site will ensure that there's no dust or any impact or anything on the roads. The applicant now has a large area of blue hardcore as you drive up from the quarry face itself before you drive onto the road. So that area will ensure that there's no debris or anything goes onto the public road, which will ensure there's no need for any wheel wash conditions. So the recommendation of officers then is to approve, subject to 15 conditions.
Thank you very much, Darren. Any questions for Darren? If there aren't, then we can go forward to consideration for recommendation, please, members. Councillor McCrockery, John.
Thank you. This quarry has laid vacant for quite a while, and it'd be good to see it back up and running. And it's just an extension of my area, and quarrying is a massive industry for many of the farming community, for sons to get daughters as well. Now they're able to drive loading shovels just as well as the men. So it's good to see this quarry coming back online and any support they can get. And if the councils, if the officers are happy that they're mitigating the dust coming onto the road, which is a very busy and dangerous road, then I'm happy to go with the proposals.
I think they are proposing that they're happy with mitigations, John, just to clarify. So you're happy to properly propose them? You're not clarifying it? Right, thank you. Councillor Maguire,
I'll second the recommendations.
That's okay, thank you. Right, I've got a recommendation or a proposal, sorry, to go with the officer's recommendation to approve. All agreed? All agreed. Noted. Thank you very much, Darren. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, so application number 4, LA 10 2024-0073. Recommendation is to approve planning permission. Members have granted planning permission. subject to the 15 conditions included within the report.
Thank you very much. We'll go on now to item 5 on the agenda, and we have 6 applications, all of which have been already deferred, so we're dealing with 5 now. First application is number 1, LA 10 bar 2022 bar 1172, a proposed dwelling and domestic garage. I think this now goes over to Seamus without putting him under too much pressure. Or it's Adele. It's a joint act today, so it is.
Okay, members, yep. So application number 1 on paper B is LA 10 2022 1172 for proposed dwelling and domestic garage, approximately 110 metres northwest of number 64 Glen Road, Drumquin. And the recommendation of officers is to refuse planning permission. So we see on the slide here, the application site identified in red with the yellow star showing you the exact location. We have the submitted block plan showing the dwelling and garage access directly off the Glen Road. The dwelling proposed, single-story dwelling with 2 front projections. So we have an aerial image of the site. You can see it identified by the red image. It's surrounded by treed areas and it's a grass field at present. Again, zoomed in image, that's the farm map submitted showing this particular field belonging to the wider farm holding. Google image of the site from the road frontage. Looking into the site, that shows you the right-hand boundary as you look at the site. Well treed, surrounded by trees, as I said. A view on the other approach, showing the site again. Travelling along the Glen Road with the site on your left-hand side. Again, there's good boundaries along the roadside. So we have the other farm map then that shows the bulk of the farm holding identified in blue. The lane serving this farm parcel is identified by the red line. It's along the Glen Road from the site. It's accessed by an existing lane, and this shows the entrance to the lane or the mouth of the lane at the Glen Road. This is a different view of it. You can see that the lane travels down between the conifer plantations to access the wider farm holding and the farm group. This is an aerial image. Again, the site of the existing buildings on the farm are identified by the red star, while the access lane, the point of the access lane meeting the public road is identified by the red arrow. This image here, well zoomed out aerial imagery, shows the site identified by the red star, while the farm group and the main farm holding itself is identified by the yellow star. So there's quite a distance between them. Policy clarifies that all development proposals for buildings in the countryside must cluster and consolidate and group with new development with established buildings. It facilitates new development which would benefit from the utilisation of existing services such as accesses and drainage, and can simultaneously mitigate the potential adverse impacts upon rural amenity and scenic landscapes arising from cumulative effect of one-off sporadic development. I suppose important at this stage to go back and clarify the fact that the site itself, as is shown here, identified by the red star, is not associated with any buildings at all on the farm. It's a one-off field located on its own, whereas the majority of the farm holding is located, I'll go back to this slide. The majority of the farm holding or land parcel is identified by the blue here, accessed via the laneway. Dwellings on a farm policy HOU 11. Site for a new dwelling must be visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm holding. The proposed site does not offer this and does not meet this policy requirement. There is a provision where in circumstances where the farm activities would significantly affect the amenity of the new dwelling, or there are verifiable plans to expand the farm, and there are no alternative sites at another group on the farm. This is not the case in this situation. No evidence that there's any activities that would significantly affect the amenity of the dwelling. there is no verifiable plans to expand the farm, and there are alternative sites. So that renders the proposal contrary to policy HOU 11, given the off-site location of the proposed site. Same scenario here. So one-off sporadic development not located, clustered, or visually linked with any group of buildings on the farm. So for the reasons listed within the report, it is recommended that the application is refused, as it is contrary to strategic policy SPO1, furthering sustainable development, and policy DEO3, and policy HOU 11, as the site for the new dwelling is not visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm holding, and there are no farm activities which would significantly affect the amenity of the new dwelling, with no evidence of verifiable plans to expand the farm at the farm group. That's me, Chair.
Thank you very much. Speaking rights now from the agent, Marcus Kerr. Marcus, could you bring yourself up along with your water to the chair? No, wrong one. You weren't paying attention earlier. No, definitely. These ones up here, Marcus. Shows how long you haven't been in the chamber. That's you lost 3 points for lack of observation. Right. You've 10 minutes. We know who you are. You don't have to introduce yourself. And you may or may not get questions at the end if you stop before the 10 minutes. Happy to go. And as long as you lean in so we can hear it. There you go. You're live.
Thanks very much, Chair and Committee, for hearing the case here today. So you've seen the slides, you sort of got a picture of it. I thought Seamus was actually selling it to us there at the start, but he finished badly for me. So as way of background, the application is for a single dwelling and garage at the Lane Road. The owner of the business is Charles and his son Cahir, who is here today, the applicant. Mr. Michael Holmes Sr., now retirement age, so the applicant is the main farmer. At present, the applicant is living in Dromore temporarily and travelling to the farm, which is, I suppose, 11, 12 miles. We're just working it out roughly there. So it's an unfeasible long-term solution. He's driving up and down to this farm every day. He has also a full-time job, so he's farming this farm on a part-time basis and trying to juggle his farming activities along with 11 or 12 mile run every day. It's not just a feasible long-term solution. DAERA have been consulted and have confirmed that the farm business was allocated in 2002, so there's no issues there about the establishment of the farm. The new dwelling in policy HOU 11 talks about visually linking or siting the cluster with a group of buildings on the farm. Now, I would contest there is no group of buildings on this farm, Seamus, but I'll let you clarify that maybe later. There is one building up at the main farm group, but there's not, to my knowledge, a group of buildings. So firstly, we have a long, narrow, substandard lane which cannot be travelled by standard motor vehicle. You need a tractor, 4x4, folks, to go up this lane. It's in bad nick. It's almost a mile long from the main road. And if you've seen from the farm map, could we get that one up again, Seamus? The slide of the farm map.
It's not changed yet. No, the protocol hasn't changed yet. No. If it has, it's been ratified. If it hasn't been ratified. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. I'm just clarifying that with the Chief Executive. We have changed actually in regard to sharing of slides.
Okay.
You have to provide a presentation.
Okay. Well, it was on one of the slides there. The farm is located up the long laneway. These folks don't own the laneway to the road. You know, they own a parcel of land, which is typical in a lot of these hill farm situations. You own a parcel of land here, the road's here, but you don't physically own this laneway between. So there's a right of way, I suppose, established over a number of years. But in terms of raising a mortgage or doing anything up there in terms of finance, that's a big problem when you don't have ownership of the entire lane. So the standard of the lane at the minute, I mean, we talked about a mile long there. The standard of the lane at the minute, I mean, we're estimating it would take somewhere in the region of 40 to 50,000 to upgrade this lane. The second thing is there's no electric or water up here at this farm. It's a hill farm, mainly grazed by sheep. There is no mains water at the location. There's no electricity actually up at the main farm either, and we were estimating that at 40 to 60,000. So we're looking at well over 100,000 before we start to bring those services and upgrade that lane. So, I mean, my client's a man of not major means. He's an ordinary working fella. We would not have the finances to put that in place before he'd even start building a house. So the farm is on an active hill farm, predominantly lands as per the farm map for the planners. As previously mentioned, owing to the nature of this farm, all livestock on and off the main block will be physically walked up and down the lane. There'll be cattle moved across the lane to other fields. Everything done on that farm will be moved on that laneway. So the nature of the laneway means it's impossible to navigate a thriller up and down, which results in walking the livestock to the bottom of the lane towards the Glen Road present. The site that we have proposed, although detached from the main farm, I mean, you've seen in the slides, surrounded on three sides by mature trees. The sight lines are there. The dwelling design is broadly accepted by the planners. So, you know, in terms of integration and putting a house in the countryside, I don't think there's any real objection, as Seamus has previously stated there. And it complies broadly with DE4, 05 and 06. So we have a fair broad coverage of policy. We seem to fail on this portion here that talks about the amenity of the dwelling. So we feel that we've just demonstrated why the farming activities would affect the amenity of the dwelling should it be sited on the main farm holding when considering the laneway and the lack of amenities of the site and the unfeasibility associated with bringing these services to this location in the farm. So we trust that the committee will assess this application with the same desire to see continuance on a multi-generational farm as our client has to continue running his family farm business, and trust the committee appreciates the needs of a farmer to live as close to the farm as reasonably possible and continuous farming activities. So I'd welcome any questions you have from the committee.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Finished within the time. I'll now pose the committee if they want to ask any questions. Members, do you want to pose any questions, Marcus? Councillor Feely.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for that presentation, Marcus. I was just a lot of what you say there, I'd be familiar with being from the country myself. But you mentioned there about, you said there was no existing buildings or clustering. It's supposed to be clustered with something else. I've seen nothing on any of the maps. Is there an old farm sheds or hay sheds or anything like that on the other farm?
Actually, up at the main farm group, there's one building up at the farm group. The most of this livestock is a hill farm, so most of them's out sort of all year round, mainly sheep, you know. There is an old, all this there is the old house. There's no other sheds. Yeah.
Okay, any further questions? Don't see any further questions, Marcus. I would ask you to withdraw and go back to your seat. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Didn't see you there. You came in very late. Councillor Mahon, David?
I did come in late, Chair. Apologies. It just come to me. It's not clear. Is the proposed site on the other side of the road to the existing lane? I just wasn't sure if that was clear on the thing there. Part of the farm. Is that a recent addition?
If you look at the map at some stage, the proposed site is on a northerly aspect of the Glen Road. The actual main bulk of the farm buildings are to the southwest, and they're on the south side of the Glen Road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor McCrockery?
Thank you.
Joe.
So none of the family, there's no family living on this farm at the moment.
On the farm, no.
You started an avalanche, Councillor Mahon. Councillor McGrath, Bernard?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Marcus. Is that electric come through them fields there, where the proposed site, there's poles there?
There's all the services at the proposed site, everything's there, electric, water, all the facilities are there. So it's easily developed at that site that we proposed,
NIE yet for?
Look on that, but I wouldn't imagine it would be significant. I mean, less than probably 10,000, as opposed to 60 at the other place.
Any further questions for Marcus? Right, that's it. Marcus, go.
Thank you.
Okay. Seamus, you're back in the hot seat.
Thanks, Chair. I suppose there's a few things to clarify or provide a bit more meat on. The point was made that the situation isn't feasible in terms of the distance from the farm holding that the applicant experiences at present. I suppose it's difficult to see the advantage of living so far again from the holding, given that this is one field in isolation. You're closer, but still quite a distance from the farm itself. There's a building, an old dwelling on the site and adjoining small outbuilding. So there's a group there of sorts that could be clustered with that would meet the requirements of DEO 3 and HOU 11 in terms of clustering and consolidation. The standard is the lane a mile long, but again, I suppose to reiterate that point, this site would be a mile or more from the farm group. So it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other in some ways. The farm is established, we haven't disputed that, and we haven't disputed that the proposed site is well integrated and is a good site in terms of integration. But the tests remain under DEO 3 and HOU 11 that there's a requirement for a consolidation and a clustering and a visual linkage with existing buildings on the holding, and the site proposed doesn't provide this. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Seamus. Councillor McCann, Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Seamus. Just following on from the agent's presentation, I suppose looking at the slide, I think it's slide 11, that shows the farm map and the red line, which is the lane, and then the Glen Road. Now, normally we would have photographs, I suppose, of the farm itself, farm buildings, but there's no farm buildings, from the ground, if you know what I'm saying. So I'm wondering, is that because of the inaccessibility of this particular farm holding that, we didn't actually get up the long lane till the farm, and is that maybe reinforced what the agent's saying, that this is a very remote location, and there's little or no buildings on the site, which would then lead me on to ask the question, we've got an active farm, so there's no issues in terms of that. Whenever there's no farm buildings on a farm, how do we cluster them? That's my first question, I suppose.
I suppose the policy doesn't dictate that it must be with farm buildings. It's a group of buildings, any buildings. In this case, there's an old dwelling there. There's a adjoining outhouse. It could be classed as a group. In any event, it's got a building at the very least, whereas the other site has none. In terms of there being no farm buildings on the farm, I think the agent clarified that situation, that this is a hill farm, a sheep farm. Maybe more so in these days, I suppose sheep are tended to be housed indoors for lambing and what have you, but on a lot of sheep farms, I'm sure many there wouldn't have been a requirement for buildings, and that may be the situation rather than inaccessibility or other reasons. Thanks, Chair.
Just in terms of the actual buildings themselves, have we any sort of photographs of them buildings at all, Seamus, so we could actually see what they actually constitute? Is it a ruin of a house? Has it got a roof? Is it a heap of stones? I would like to maybe explore that.
Maybe I can help. Just if you don't mind, Chair. Just in relation to the policy members, the actual status of the buildings themselves and what they appear. The condition of them really isn't that relevant or material to the application. The question is there a group of buildings, yes or no? Whether they're huge farm buildings, cladded sheds, etc., or small stone-built buildings. The question is there a group? And officers, I think, are content that there is a group here, and there's no issue there. in respect to the comments of the agent, the reason why there's no photographs, again, there's no photographs because it's not really relevant. You know, there is a group up there. The house could be sited there. The question that members have to decide today is whether the farm activities would allow the off-site location, because the farm activities would significantly affect the amenity of the new dwelling. That's the key thing before you today, members, not really the issue of the status of the condition of the buildings. It's the farming activities.
If I could just follow on, Chair, I appreciate Darren, but I suppose with respect, we can't see what's on site, and I suppose the agent has said there's an old house there. You know, does that constitute a group of buildings?
Well, officers are sitting here today saying that we're content there is a group of buildings there. I think Seamus referred to the house and the building beside it. If there's no buildings there, members, then that places the applicant at another difficulty, because he cannot group with any farm buildings. So if he can't group with any farm buildings, he doesn't meet the policy. So it's in the applicant's interest that there's some buildings there, and there is a group of buildings there.
Any further clarification, Councillor McCann, required?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. If there are no further questions for Seamus or indeed Darren, we need to come to a decision. The officer's recommendation is to refuse. Councillor McCann, Stephen?
Thank you, Chair. And just going on to the points that the agent raised, I suppose, in terms of the costs of getting electric and water to the site as opposed to another site, which is on the farm maps. What weight can be given to the huge expense, I suppose, of developing the site if there is, the planning office say that there is old buildings there. So if it can be developed there, you know, what weight can be given to the huge expense that the agent or that the applicant will have to incur as opposed to the other site that's proposed? What weight can we give as a committee to that?
Seamus, or you go, Darren?
So apologies, Seamus. So the weight that can be afforded to that, you're looking at the planning policy for the decision on that. So the planning policy HU 11 says that we will, the site must be visually linked or clustered with an established group of buildings on the farm. So you start off that you must be clustered, but then says unless the farm activities would significantly affect the amenity of the new dwelling or their verifiable plans to expand the farm. So that's your two exceptions. And if you fall into either of those, then you meet the planning policy. So the cost of developing electric up and services up to a site doesn't fall within either of those two exceptions, so therefore wouldn't justify an approval under HU 11. You would have to say it doesn't meet HU 11, but you're approving it and give a reason why. And I think the agent in his speaking rights was pointing members towards the farming activities in terms of the use of the laneway and the cattle, etc., and the impact that has upon the amenities of the neighbours. I think that's what he was trying to direct it. The cost of this is a practical issue, and there's no ignoring that. But in terms of your decision here today, it's the farming activities members that is material.
I'm going to bring Councillor Mahan in now. David?
Thank you, Chair. And Darren, I sort of stumbled on there to what I was going to say. If my understanding is correct, the applicant doesn't have full control of the laneway. And would they only have control from where it enters the main farm grouping of fields? And then they maybe own or have rights away on some of it. And looking at the lane, you know, it looks like a lane that potentially could be grazed as well as, you know, used for a roadway. So I maybe would have concerns that other farmers would maybe use the lane in ways that would, you know, prohibit maybe a house being put up there where the roadway is cars and gone up. So I think that, you know, the farm activity of the lane and potential farm itself might have a problem with having this, maybe the suggested site up on the land being used. And I can maybe see why the site that's been suggested is an option there. The farm activity, certainly being a hill farm on the lane, I can see where that might come into play, Chair. Be interested to see what other members think on that, but I'm sort of looking at that lane when you don't have full control of it, you know, how you could even develop the lane, you know, into suitable condition when you don't maybe own it all. So be interested to see what other members think there. Thank you.
Thanks. I think we have a problem here if we're delving in, because I don't think Seamus has referred to it in the application. The application is basically for an off-site location. It would appear that no discussion has taken place with regard to alternative sites. I know mention has been made by Seamus to alternative sites, and therefore the impact of joint ownership or shared ownership of an access laneway may come into play in that regard, in regard to access. But we'll leave that. Councillor McGrath, I think you were in first.
Thank you, Chair. No, just going back, like, I know there's rules and regulations out there, but, just talking from my own experience about living on a lane, and a shared lane and, mortgages, and there's a big issue. And if I was advising anybody, I'd be kind of steering them away from building on a farm. I know it's the wrong, but it's a nightmare, and I just don't think that this is viable at all, but it's just a comment. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Campbell, Glenn.
I want to make, I suppose, a similar comment, and in the past I've probably said it a few times, in that there is risks associated with farms, and particularly if, whenever children become part of the picture, there's definitely an understandable need, I think, to have decent separation. I know that Seamus will say that this is maybe too much separation, but if you look at the length of the lane and the practicalities, even for a family to access, the road, and the risk then from other parties and respective use of that lane, it just wouldn't be safe, I don't think, for children. So I think there is, Councillor Mahan just prompted me there to put my perspective on that in terms of the practicalities for a family living close to a farm. I think it's, as Councillor McGrath said, it's not the ideal scenario. So we can, also maybe while I'm in here, is there any, we've talked about integration, there doesn't appear to be any impact, if you like, in terms of if this were approved, in terms, I mean, it's fairly remote area. There's no real risk of ribbon development, and it's almost as if there's a house missing from that part. It's very well enclosed is what I'm saying, but there's no risk in terms of that, just to clarify.
Councillor McGuire.
Margaret Carley, again, this is a tricky one, and for all the years I've spent now on the planning committee, this is about the trickiest one that I can recall. The fact that, well, again, we probably could have done with a clearer indication of the buildings on this hill farm, but again, and Councillor Mahan rightly said it there, and the lane itself is detrimental to the amenity of any potential development there. That's where I'm coming to now, nearly, because it's not singularly in ownership. There's multiple uses. There's cattle driven on it, or sheep, or whatever. There's livestock driven on it. If that's what is happening on that lane, that would be detrimental to the amenity of any dwelling put on this farm. So it's definitely very difficult, and it's going to be difficult to find a policy to fit it. But equally, I'm getting very hard to get a policy that excludes it as well, Chair. So again, more a comment than anything else, but definitely it's the trickiest one I've seen in all the years I've been on here. So
well, I suggest, before I take any other speakers, that there's a certain hesitancy I'm gathering from the members in regard to which way they want to go with regard to approve or refuse. I might suggest, and we have done it recently, that this one may be a subject of a site visit, to actually just see what the conditions are on the site and the location, and to further explore the issues that you've raised in the committee in regard to length of lane, displacement of the proposed site from the farm holding, and the suitability, though it hasn't been properly explored, the suitability of a dwelling closer to the main farm holding. But that's only a suggestion from the chair. It's up to you as members. Councillor McClockery, John.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I think you're coming down the line that I was going to come in with. I'm aware of the Glen Road. I haven't been up there for a while, but it's fairly remote and it only goes uphill. It doesn't. There's nowhere it's smooth, and it goes uphill all the time. I'm wondering, would it be feasible for a site visit? Plus, is that all the available land? Because we've been shown one plot which seems quite strange, and it's a beautiful site, and I don't know, another councillor would have said it'll make a great site, but is that the only available site that's closest to this plot of ground that's available to the land? Because it seems quite strange. You have a farm up there and then one field in the middle of a forest. Although the way the forestry took over land in the 60s, 50s and 60s, and again into the 70s, there may be a reason why that has happened. But we're not aware of that. But I think we need to see, and we also need to have maybe more information about this laneway and what way it's used, because it's very difficult to make a decision. We're basically, I can't see a reason for going round what our officers are telling us at the moment, but it seems strange that we can't give a farmer who's going to be the only farmer living on that farm somewhere to live, and that's my problem. So I'm wondering if we would consider a site visit for this.
No, don't wonder. Make a proposal.
Proposing a site visit.
So you're making a proposal for a site visit, right? Councillor McGuire, Tommy.
Thanks again, Chair. Again, I can appreciate that if we were there on the site that we could identify if there is dwellings on this farmhouse, but where I was coming to, and I said it already, that the lane itself, due to the varied uses of it, is a loss of amenity I would consider from what the agent has said and what we're in the discussion where we're coming to. So to me, this looks like, and again, it's a kind of a unique situation as far as I can remember, Chair, that if we accept that lane is a loss of amenity to a dwelling on that existing site, and accepting that, as Seamus says, there is an old ruins of a house there, etc., are we looking at potentially an application for a new site, brand new building on a farm associated to the farm, so that this farmer can carry out his function as a farmer on that site? No, if we accept that the lane itself is a loss of amenity to a dwelling there, as I say, this to me seems to be a fairly unique one, Chair.
Yeah, Tommy, I think what you clarified is Marcus in his presentation has actually referred to the problems attached with the lane access going into the main holding. Now, there's no corroboration, I believe, on the file to that. So in the first instance, that would need to actually be investigated and bottomed out. And I think the best way to do that would be in conjunction with a site visit. So we can bottom out your reason for saying, or the proposal, that there be maybe a loss of amenity or an impact because of the joint ownership or joint access on the laneway. So I do believe a site visit would be the best way to bottom this out and see where we go. But it's only a proposal for Councillor McClockery at the moment. Councillor Robinson.
Chair. Oh, I see there's a big problem in this one now. And I think we'll go for, I'm going to second John's proposal to go for a site visit.
Okay. Have I any further proposals? So there's a proposal. Darren, you're going to come in, but there's a proposal sitting on the table.
I just want to say, members, the site visit normally is great, and I endorse them. I have no issue with them at all. The site visit, though, is where there'd be a visual issue in terms of whether the building's visually linked or not. That's not the case here. The issue before members is whether the farming activities affect the amenity of the residents. That's the key issue, and that really is the information that's before you from the applicant. It's less so a need to visit the site to walk about it, because you're not really going to gather much from that. It's the information from the applicant on what his current farming activities are, how that affects the amenities of the neighbours. That's the crux of this application. And really, that's the type of information that, as planning officers, we would say may tilt the balance and may then justify that he meets the policy and that he demonstrates the farming activities will affect the amenity of the occupants of a house up there. That's the type of information I think really would be more productive and useful than taking members out for a day and afternoon to stand on the site and be back here next month, really no further forward, because the farming activities is the key issue.
Well, do I take it, Darren, from what you've said before I put the actual proposal to the committee, that you're looking for additional information coming in from the agent on behalf of the applicant to back up some of the arguments that he's made sitting in his presentation here that we don't already have on file? So, members, you have a quandary here. You can withdraw your application, or sorry, your proposal for a site visit and just put forward for a straight deferral for a month so that you can get the additional information in. Councillor McLaughlin.
I mean, we're in a difficult position, and we all want to do the best we can for this application and for the family business, but we need to be able to follow the guidelines and the policy. So I think if there was more information there around the whole setup, and particularly this lane and the distances and things like that, it would leave us in a good position to make a decision, or a better position than we're in now. So I'm happy to withdraw if other councillors are of the same opinion, and if not, then I'm looking around the room. I'm going to let Councillor Maguire speak. See.
At the moment, it's up to you whether you withdraw your proposal or not. It's not whether others are happy, John, but I'll put that on hold. Councillor Maguire.
I'll second the proposal to withdraw the site meeting up. Okay, that tidies that up. The other point, a deferral for a month, that would allow the agent to come in with some further information. Is that correct? The other point that I was trying to get done, as I say, this seems a unique situation to me in my experience on the planning committee, and I'm here from the start.
Ditto.
We are looking at this application then as if we decide to grant permission for a building on a farm, which is slightly different from the other regulations and policies that means that it must be beside the existing buildings, etc. So from Darren and Seamus, maybe if we could get more clarification on that type of policy. I know I could go through the book all day long and look for it, Seamus and Darren, but you understand what I'm saying, Darren, that it's if we come to the conclusion that the amenity laws and that the outbuildings aren't suitable for clustering to, we're then talking about agreeing a planning application on that on the site that is proposed. And that's a unique one to us here, I believe.
Well, I think, Tommy, what you're trying to say is, if I can paraphrase, the issues raised by Marcus on behalf of the applicant have raised queries in your head, along with several other members sitting here. If we defer for a month, the application is as it currently stands, but the onus will be on Marcus to provide additional information to back up some of the arguments that he has made in his presentation, and have a further discussion with our officers. What the outcome of that is, we will let it see whether it then overcomes the items for refusal, or it may, following discussion, lead to a withdrawal and a reapplication. And that's basically based on the discussions that they have. I think we're probably presupposing what it is. The outcome we would like to be is we would like to facilitate an application if we can somewhere, because a lot of the boxes are ticked, but there's several boxes that aren't ticked and they have to be overcome. So if you're happy,
can I formally propose the deferral?
Right.
Chair, is that it?
Councillor McCrockery, are you now proposing a deferral? Yep.
I'm happy that we withdraw the site visit. And,
right, you're happy, and you second the proposal to have a deferral from Councillor Maguire. Are we all agreed? We've got there in the end. So, agent and applicant, please take note what's going to be required from you. We'll move on now to application number 2. Oh, Seamus, sorry, I apologise. You do a summary there.
Okay, members, so application LA 10 2022 1172 for a dwelling and domestic garage northwest of 64 Glen Road, Drumquin has been deferred for 1 month to allow the agent to provide additional information.
Thank you very much, Seamus. We'll move on to application number 2, LA 10 bar 2023 bar 2080. And it is the retention of a replacement garden shed at a dwelling. You will have noticed Seamus has now been replaced by Adele. I want no side comments with regard to suitability, please. I just made a straightforward statement there. Adele?
Thank you, Chair. Members, application number 2, LA 10 2023 2080F, retention of replacement garden shed at dwelling. The applicant is P. Moran. The location is 38 Tralston Away at Lisnaskea. The recommendation of officers is to refuse planning permission. Just to start off, members, we have an update. A supporting statement was received from planning consultant Brian Johns on the 15th of March. The supporting statement, just to summarise it, it disagrees with the officer's recommendation for refusal. The report disagrees with the reasons in that the case officer report states the shed is subordinate to the existing dwelling and satisfactory in design. Whilst the statement is correct, officers consider the siting and layout of the shed do not respect the neighbouring properties to the site or its setting to the front of the dwelling. Officers consider the shed dominates the front of the property and detracts from the streetscape, especially given the location along the main route through the Tralston Way. The location and layout do not take account of the local character or its level of visibility and prominence along the public road. Points raised have been previously considered in the report, and it was noted that the consultant is present today and has speaking rights. Moving on. So members, on this slide here, we just have the site location. The site is identified there in red on the middle bottom of the slide. And on the right-hand side, we have the aerial image of the site, and the site is identified with the yellow star. So on the left-hand side here, we have the site layout plan. The shed measures approximately 1.96 metres across the frontage, has a depth of approximately 4.58 metres, and an overall height from the ground level of approximately 2.09 metres. The right-hand side image there on the slide shows a section of the shed on the front elevation as it exists. A number of photos have been provided by the agent at the submission. So photo A there, we have a front elevation of the shed and you can see the dwelling. Photo B, a view from the applicant's dwelling with the shed visible on the right-hand side. Photo C there, you've got a front and side view of the shed, and photo D is another image of the shed taken within the applicant's site. Here we have a street view image of the site, which was taken approximately July 2001, which was prior to the erection of the shed. We have another image here also from street view around the same time of July 2021, which is the site prior to the development of the shed. The images on this slide, members, were provided by the objector. The left-hand side image shows the shed in proximity to the neighbour's boundary and their fence. And the image on the right, you can see a view of from inside the patio doors, which is the seating area, looking out at the applicant's fence and then the shed. So these are further images on this slide, members, that have been provided by the objector. You can see the shed there in the foreground. Now, following the last meeting, the application was deferred for a site visit. At that visit, there were some queries asked with regards to permitted development allowances for a garden shed. Just in summary here, members, Part 1, Class D, is the relevant legislation here for permitted development for a shed. Members have received an update of this as well in the report. So PD rights are limited and all criteria must be met to be permitted development. In this case, the shed is not permitted development as it's situated on land forward of the principal elevation. So in this case, there is no fallback position in relation to any building that could be erected under permitted development rights, as no permitted development rights exist. And just as well, members, it was also raised at the site visit permitted development rights for a fence. Again, this is summarised here. Fences are permitted development rights under Part 3. However, there is a limit on the height of a wall or fence that can be constructed. In this particular case, the height of any gate, fence, wall, or other means of enclosure that could be erected or constructed must not exceed 1 metre above the ground level as the site is adjacent to a road designed or used by vehicular traffic. Accordingly, there is no fallback position under permitted development rights to erect a 2 metre fence along the boundary, and only a 1 metre high fence can be erected under the permitted development rights. So, for the reasons listed within the report and in line with the wording of the transitional arrangements in the 2015 LDP regulations, when reading both the DDP and the plan strategy together, the proposal does not accord with the LDP for the reasons stated, and there are no other material considerations to indicate that it should be approved contrary to the LDP. It is recommended that the application is refused for the following reason. The proposal is contrary to Strategic Policy SPO1, Further and Sustainable Development, Policy DEO1, General Amenity Requirements, and Policy HOU05, Shaping Our Houses and Home, and is not a sustainable development in that the scale, massing, layout, and design of the proposal does not respect the character of the existing dwelling, and the proposal has an adverse impact on neighbouring properties by overshadowing and dominance.
Thank you very much, Dale. Yep, we have speaking rights from planning consultant, from an objector, and also from Councillor Seamus Green in relation. Brendan, would you mind coming up to forward position? No, no, no. No here. You haven't been paying attention either. That's a black mark against you two boys. I hope Dan, you know which chair to move forward to. Good. And David, I'll get him sorted later. All right. You don't have to introduce yourself, Brendan. We know who you are. If you're ready to go, I'll just make you live. You've up to 10 minutes, and then we may or may not ask questions afterwards. Okay? Okay, sure. There you go.
Thank you very much. Just to say that I'm also representing Garvin McCaffrey Architects in respect of this one. Members, number 38 is at the end of the terrace of 4 two-storey dwellings. Like most houses within the development, the dwellings have an approximate 2 metre outshot at the left side front, which provides a porched entrance to the dwelling, and a recessed window serves the front living rooms. Now, this terrace has an east-west orientation, with the front of the house and garden area getting the benefit of sunlight in the late afternoon and evening during the summer. Amenity space, particularly private amenity space, usually located to the rear, is an essential part of the character and quality of residential properties. However, the private amenity space to the rear of number 38 is totally inadequate for normal activities such as sitting out or play space for children. As I'm sure members noticed while we were on site visit, that the rear amenity space of the applicant's dwelling number 38 is east facing and measures only approximately 20 square metres, which would be considered as a very tight enclosure. Considering that new developments need to provide an average of approximately 70 square metres with a minimum of approximately 40 square metres of private amenity space, it is clear that the 20 square metres to the rear of number 38 is very substandard. It would also be noticeable that the existing rear amenity space accessed by the side gate can only hold an oil tank, a movable clothesline, set of rubbish bins, and a small shed to house a lawnmower and garden / domestic tools. An adequate amount of amenity space is crucial to the enjoyment of a dwelling, but clearly in this case, it is only the front garden that can provide the required space for the occupants of number 38 to enjoy. Excuse me. In terms of children's play area and sitting out to enjoy the evening sun. Now, the proposal, the old shed that was replaced was a fairly unsightly, shallow-pitched steel shed measuring approximately 1.975 metres in height at its apex. It was erected in September 2015 and never caused any objection from any neighbouring properties. This metal shed backed onto the applicant's porch wall, and bounded the fence with number 36 for approximately 7 years. The new, more attractive wooden structure, which measures approximately 2 meters in height and similar in height to the old shed, was built to replace the old shed. It was built of wood to match the existing fence, to provide storage of domestic goods, and to create a more attractive environment for the occupants to enjoy. The old shed backed onto the dwelling porch and bounded the fence with number 36, and it held bikes and outside toys for the occupants' grandchildren to play in the front garden. In the summer of 2022, the shed was replaced with the more secure wooden structure, which was considered to blend in with the existing boundary fencing. Now, the planning reason for refusal, the members should note that in arriving at the decision to refuse this application, the planning case assessment does not analyse how the proposal dominates number 36, either the dwelling or front amenity space, or to what extent it overshadows the same. This retrospective application was mainly refused on the provisions of policy DEO1, general amenity requirements, and DEO2, design quality. In terms of design quality, the planners state in their reason for refusal that the design scale massing of the proposed structure does not respect the character of the existing dwelling. Yet in the case assessment report, they state that the timber-clad garden shed is 2.07 metres high and is subordinate to the host dwelling. It is considered, therefore, that the proposed dwelling satisfies the requirements of the design quality policy. In terms of general amenity requirements, policy DEO1 is largely silent on what factors create dominance and overshadowing on neighbouring properties. And as previously mentioned, the Council's assessment report fails to identify any determining factors that would sustain this reason for refusal, in which they say that the new structure would, quote, unacceptably affect the amenity of number 36 by way of dominance and overshadowing, unquote. So how can they state that the proposed structure would unacceptably affect the amenity of number 36 when they haven't demonstrated how and to what extent the amenity of number 36 has been unacceptably impacted? Now, the addendum to PPS 7, which dealt with residential extensions and alterations, whilst not now being prevailing policy, does set out guidance on how to assess problems that might arise from development in terms of dominance and overshadowing stroke loss of light. Dominance is the extent to which a new development adversely impacts on the immediate aspect or outlook from an adjoining property. It usually results as a result of an extension development that results in a feeling by the neighbour of being hemmed in by a proposed structure such as a large blank wall. Bearing in mind there is no large separating wall, and the height of the proposed structure is similar to the the replaced shed, it remains lower than the glass-fronted porch at number 36. And members need to consider whether dominance is a major factor in this proposal. It certainly has not been demonstrated by the planners how the adjoining dwelling would be adversely affected from a sense of being hemmed in by this proposal. In large-scale developments, and particularly terrace dwellings, there will always be an element of overshadowing depending on the position of the sun and the orientation of the buildings. In this respect, overshadowing to a garden area at certain times of the day will rarely constitute sufficient grounds to justify a refusal of permission. It should also be remembered that the original shed and the new structure have been in place for a number of years without any cause for concern. So in light of planning guidance, which is also material consideration, the main test of current policy is whether or not the new structure dominates the adjoining dwelling at number 6, and to what extent the neighbour's amenity is reduced. In addition, a contributory factor to the neighbour's loss of light could possibly be caused by the porch roof extension over the living room window, particularly in the earlier parts of the day. And to sum up, the people are entitled to enjoy the amenity of their property, even if the curtilage space is severely restricted, so long as they don't significantly detract from the enjoyment of others. The main test today for members is whether or not this proposal significantly detracts from the amenity currently enjoyed by number 36 and the Trasna development as a whole. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Right, members, any questions for Brendan? Nobody indicating? Councillor McGrath, you just got in. Bernard?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Brendan. Just thinking, Brendan, you know, if the roof, you know, the roof's flat, was there any consideration that, you know, it could have been sloped, you know, on a gully down the back, you know, to bring it down to that level on that side at any stage?
I can't honestly answer that one, councillor, because the architect is not here today. But are you sort of suggesting a mono pitch away from the you know, I don't think that ever got as far with negotiating with the architect at the time, but
where does the water run, you know?
On towards the applicant's garden and not to next door.
You know,
Pitch on it.
I'm having a problem when one speaker is speaking and then another one tries to come in to actually get you to record. So look, for councillors, if you put a question, let somebody answer it and finish. If you want to get another question, go ahead and indicate, I'll let you in. And speakers, if you're speaking across somebody speaking, I have the same problem. So I'm going to tell you to stop it, please, right? Councillor McCann, Stephen.
Chair, thanks, Brandon, for your presentation. You did reference the plan and history, or the history of the shed in the site. If you could just maybe remind us again of the shed. You mentioned it was there from 2015, is that right?
From the information that I have, we'll call it the old shed, was in place from September 2015 until the applicant decided he would renew the shed by putting in a wooden structure which would match in more with the wooden fencing around the property. So that occurred in 2022. So altogether, there's been 7-8 years of a structure being there in that position.
Again, Brendan, please, the heights of the old shed compared to the new shed.
The old shed, as it was a slight pitch on it, was measured 1.975 to the apex, to the ridge, basically. Now, it was a very shallow fall to each side, and it probably dropped less than a foot. So if you took off 300, say, off that, at the fence belonged to number 36, it would probably be about 1.67 or 1.7 meters high, which is really only 300 less than the new shed, which is basically a foot. So, you know, what we have to balance up here is this one extra foot suddenly determine that it's dominant over number 36, or it results in a loss of light, or overshadows, you know, that extra foot.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Members, just bear in mind what went before. It's away. What we're dealing with now is what's in situ. It can be referred to, but it attains no rights, okay? Any further questions? No further questions, Brendan. Could you address back to your seat? I now have representation from the objector, Mr. Barry Lavelle. If Mr. Lavelle would come forward and just sit in this seat with speaker. Yeah, that's it. You've got the, yeah, well, no, yeah, I was going to say that. At least you got to the right seat, Barry. Barry, you have 5 minutes. If you're going to run up to the 5 minutes, I'll give you an indication at 4 minutes that there's a minute left. And again, when you finished, you may or may not have some questions put to you by the committee. If you don't, I'll ask you to withdraw back to your seat. Are you happy enough? Right, I'll make you live. There you go.
My name's Barry Lavelle. I would like to ask the Chamber not to be deceived by Mr. John's statement here today and his online statement. Up until a week ago, Mr. Johns had no bearing on this case. He hadn't been named on any documents and hadn't provided a supporting statement. All the statement has done is provide a fantasized history with no evidence and no more actual material considerations in this case. The statement has called into question my character, integrity and motive for my objection, leaving me little time to reply. So I'd like to clarify for Mr. Johns and the Chamber. The porch roof that is to the front of my property has been there for over 25 years. It was on it when I purchased it 20 years ago. I did not erect it, therefore did not apply for planning for it. Mr. Johns, as a planning consultant, should also know the porch in question is covered by permitted development and doesn't need plan permission. Mr. Johns states that Mr. Moran's amenities are totally inadequate, yet he already has a shed to the rear of his property, another sheltered space measuring 8 foot long, 3 foot wide and 5 foot high that he stores sticks in. He also has a seated area to the front of his garden, along with a lawn area. If it was more space Mr. Moran was looking for, why did he put an enormous shed in it to take away from his space? Mr. Moran has been in this property for almost 30 years and has managed to raise 4 kids, all older than 20 now, with only one remaining at home, and done this perfectly well with the space and amenities he had previously. Should the fact applicant has a small backyard and allow them to bend the rules to suit their own needs while taking away from the rights of others? I feel that Mr. Johns and Mr. McCaffrey think that Mr. Moran's happiness and enjoyment of space gives him the ability to take away from the right of amenities. Is my happiness and enjoyment secondary to Mr. Moran's? Are my amenity rights less important than Mr. Moran's need for more storage space? Mr. Johns states that my objection was done out of spite after a year, after a fallout. This isn't the case. From my original objection submitted on the 20th of the 9th, 23, you can see that I stated I first lodged a complaint on the 3rd of the 7th, 22, which you have email record of, and can be confirmed by an officer who came out within weeks of the complaint. The applicant stopped speaking to me as a result of this complaint. However, we aren't here to discuss if my porch is legal or illegal, nor to discuss my motives. I have every right to object. After all, this is what democracy is about. We hear as Councillor McCann has called this in for scrutiny under the policies it was refused under. Does Councillor McCann believe the policies to be wrong, or has Councillor McCann more evidence in this case that contradicts the policies? Mr. Johns feels he can take the policies and reword them to suit his own agenda. He's also called into question the integrity of the planning officers by claiming they have failed to do their jobs properly, which is absolutely absurd. They've assessed the submitted plans, they've conducted a site visit, they've looked at the objections, the 2 pieces of supporting evidence submitted by Mr. McCaffrey, and made the recommendation to refuse this structure on the policies it contravenes. Mananoma District Council adopted the local plan, development plan 2030 plan strategy on the 16th of March 23 in accordance with Section 12 of Planning Act 2011 and Regulation 24 of the Planning Regulation 2015. In practice, this means that development that accords with the development plan should be approved and development that conflicts with should be refused, unless other material considerations indicate otherwise. Either Mr. McCaffrey or Mr. Johns have proven or shown any other material considerations in this case. The recommendation to refuse is in line with the new local development plan adopted by the Council just last year, so it is fully up to date and relevant. I am here in person today to back up the recommendations made initially by the Senior Planning Officer and then again by a team of planning officers who were all in agreement to recommend refusal.
1 minute left.
To go against their recommendation to refuse would not only set a new precedent, but would also open the floodgates for others to do likewise. It would alter streetscape of our towns and villages, create unnecessary tensions between neighbours. Councillors would also be going against a team of planning officers who are all in agreement to refuse. It's clear from the planning officer's report that the policies in question, HOU 05, DE 01 and SPO 01 have all been contravened. The committee can only go on the evidence before them here today. There are no grey areas in the recommendation to refuse. The committee must base their decision on the policies implemented by the Fermanagh Omagh Council and therefore can only be one outcome, and that is to uphold the planning officer's recommendation to refuse planning. Thank you.
Well done. Finished within the time. Thank you very much indeed, Barry. Right, members, any questions for Barry? Councillor McCann, Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. and Thanks for your presentation, Barry. It's just to say, Barry, that any member of this plan committee can call in any plan application for scrutiny at any time, following the recommendation being issued out up until
Hold on,
Wednesday.
Barry, let him finish.
And in this particular monthly meeting, you can see there's 6 applications up for discussion, which have been called in by various members of the committee. So I suppose like this is nothing special. You know, this is open to be called in, and it has been called in for further scrutiny. You didn't say much in your presentation there to the committee about your lack of your loss of amenity and your, you know, how this shed is actually impacting you and your family. I suppose I'd like to hear something about that.
The planning officers have made it quite clear how it's affecting me. There's a loss of light into the front of my property, although Mr. Johns has stated that the roofed area at the front of my property is in some way affecting the light. Not as far as I have been there, because it was there when I moved into the house. It's only from the new structure next door was erected that I have noticed that there's a loss of light into my property.
Okay, I have another councillor, Councillor Feely.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Barry, for that. Yeah, no, I was coming in at the same vein as Stevie there. I was just looking at the photographs of the old building that was there in front of the house and the new one. And is it been a major difference, Barry? Like, is it going into the house, or is it more so into the garden since it's changed? Because I know it's a bit smaller, but or is it just into the back lawn, the sunshine in the lawn, or is it into the back house? That's all I wanted to know.
Oh, it's actually going into the property in my second room.
Okay. Any further questions? No further questions, Barry. I would ask you to withdraw back to your seat. Thank you very much indeed for your presentation. And now I have representation from Councillor Seamus Green, whom you all know. Seamus. Seamus, I think you've presented before, but because you're just here by yourself, you have 5 minutes, the whole 5 minutes yourself. There'll be no questions at the end of it. And if you do start to run on, I'll give you an indication at 4 minutes that you've a minute left. Okay. Now, don't be laughing if he tends to go on. He doesn't. He'll be told when to stop, and that'll be it. Thank you. Seamus, away you go.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate you realising that I don't go on. So, Chair, members of the Planning Committee, I'm here to support the objector to this planning application. This development does not respect the character of the existing houses in Trasnaway. It also goes against planning regulations by its negative effect on the neighbouring home by overshadowing it. This shed also affects the natural light by the sheer size of the structure and its very close proximity to the next door house. It's literally, I think, an inch from the fence. It's 2 meters, over 2 meters high. Somebody had mentioned in the application that a 2 meter fence was allowed. I think the planning officer there explained that it's not, but I would suggest even if it had been, a 2 meter fence would let light through it. This is a solid structure that blocks all light. The applicant, I would also like to point out, I believe that if the structure is given planning permission, it will set a precedent to allow further front garden sheds in Trasnaway and further afield. If any, I know yous were out on a planning visit, and I'm sure anyone that's seen it, it's a very large structure. There is photographs, I don't know whether it was shown there or not, of the original fence, of the original shed. The original shed is a lot smaller. In my estimation, it's also has a pitched roof, and it didn't, as far as I know, go tight up to the dwelling. The picture, I think, that was most relevant in the objection is the one from the objector's sitting room, where you looked out and you just see a solid block of wood almost right up to the front door. So I would hope that the planning committee would agree with the planning officers and refuse the application.
It was well done, completed within the time. I'd ask you to head back to your seat. Thank you very much indeed. That concludes all the representations. I'll hand back to Adele.
Thank you, Chair. Just the only comment I want to add is that it's Appendix 2 of the LDP that is the supplementary guidance rather than the addendum to PPS 7. That policy is now defunct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adele. Any questions for Adele? If not, then it's decision time. I need a proposal from the floor. Councillor Devine Gallagher, Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. I propose, Chair, that we go with the planning's recommendation on refusing this, please.
Your proposal is to go with the officer recommendation to refuse. Thank you very much, Roisin. Do I have Councillor Stephen McCann? Stephen?
Thank you, Chair. I'm of a slightly different opinion on this particular one. And it's difficult, and I appreciate what Mr. Lavelle has said about loss of amenity and that. From the site visit, you know, and whoever was out will appreciate this, you know, that we can see very clear photographs attached to the presentation, which are very side on and foot on. But see, as you actually approach, and this is my own observations of Trasna Way. As you drive in, you're almost past that particular shed before you can see it, given the curvature of the road. You know, obviously you stop and look at it, you'll see it, but it's not standing out, and it's not, you know, unduly obtrusive, in my opinion, as you're driving along the vehicle road there. You know, I suppose in terms of loss of amenity, how do we balance what is, like, whenever you see a shed going up or an extension being built, Chair, you know, inevitably there will be some loss of amenity to neighbours, and we've had, you know, discussions in this chamber before about that, and lengthy discussions indeed. But how do we measure what is an acceptable loss of amenity and what is unacceptable? You know, the dimensions of the shed, and we can see the pictures, and, you know, you can see the size of the shed both before and as is now. But, you know, the dimensions of the shed aren't lost in me. You know, 1.975 compared to, I think it's 2.07. You know, a very small difference in height. Yes, albeit the shed is longer. You know, but that's not, that's not. I suppose what I'm trying to say is, you know, if you look at Trasna Way, and I noticed this as well from standing at the properties, there is an offshoot to all them properties. You know, quite a large offshoot, a number of meters. You know, so there is a. You know, that is the pattern of the estate. You know, so I'm torn as to how we can dictate what is an acceptable loss of amenity and what is unacceptable. You know, so that's where I'm at in that, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I still just have, oh, Councillor McClockery, John.
Yeah, I didn't make the site visit, but I do know the area and similar sort of housing estates. This was a 1970s build. They had minimal gardens, minimal backyards, and the view was that they parked up and walked to their houses, and there was wide green open spaces for them to view from their houses. And this building is out of the smallest front gardens that they have. This isn't in keeping with what every other house has in the area, and I think one can see the shadow going across there in the aerial photograph. So I'm inclined to agree with the Councillor Devine Gallagher and go with the officer's recommendation.
Are you seconding
to go with the officer's recommendation?
That's okay. I've got a proposal duly seconded that we go with the officer's recommendation. I'm going to put it to the committee. Those in favour, those agreed, indicate. Do I have anybody against or abstaining? Councillor McCann, are you against or abstaining? What? Against. Everybody else is in favour. Adele?
Thank you, Chair. So to sum up, members have agreed with the officer's recommendation to refuse, and the application will be refused.
Thank you very much, Sinead. 4:05, I'm looking at the rest of the thing. Yes, Councillor Devine Gallagher, are you reading my
Sorry,
mind?
Chair, I'm reading your mind, absolutely. Could we all have a break,
Right,
please?
to 4:15. I
Thank
need a seconder, Councillor Robinson. That's okay. Everybody adjourned until 4:15. Thank you. Back into your seats, we'll start in again. We're still on item 5 and we're now on application number 3 and it's LA 10 bar 2023 stroke 1966 and it is farm shed. Seamus? Oh, Councillor Campbell, are you declaring an interest?
No, I should have said at the start of the meeting, just, it may not come to this, but I have to leave the meeting at 5:45, just in case
That's
it does
okay.
happen.
Councillor McLaughlin has indicated he's leaving at 5 o'clock due to the circumstance, but thank you for that. We'll just focus our minds and get forward then. So, Seamus, away you go.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So application number 3, LA 10 2023 1966/F is for a farm shed at approximately 85 metres northwest of number 45 Woodstone Road, Barra, and the recommendation is to refuse planning permission. So on the screen we have the submitted site location plan with the site proper indicated by the yellow star, and the remainder of the site is to accommodate an access and splays. On the aerial shot on your right hand side is the site is shown by the red star. So this image shows the farm maps relating to the farm holding on which this proposal is to be located. Again, the red star indicates the location of the proposed or the site location for the proposed shed. You can see the red arrow identifying it. The main farm block or the main farm holding containing a number of fields and the farm group is located to the center of that farm map, with the farm group in itself located broadly in the center of that group of fields. So this is the submitted layout plan showing the access indicated by the red arrows to migrate off the Woodstone Road and through the front field into a field to the rear, and the shed is to be located in the bottom corner of that field. This is an image or the drawings showing the shed, 9 metres by 6, roughly 6.5 metres, corrugated iron, opened on one side with a gate on it. And I suppose the information on the block or the floor plan of the shed shows there that it's for handling sick animals. There's a cattle crouch to be located in it and 2 sick pens, basically, for the handling of animals if they're grazing to be treated or dosed or whatever it may require. So again, street view images of the site. It's located, as I said previously, to the rear, into this field to the rear. So you can see that field that rises slightly towards the dwelling. That's outside the ownership or outside the farm holding. That's the near field on the right hand side, and then that field in behind that mature hedgerow. Those are the 2 fields in this portion, and the shed is to be sited roughly where that red arrow is pointing to, in behind the hedge. There's another view of it then from the frontage of that house that we previously saw on this shot here. We can see the gable of that house. This is the image then of the front of that house, and again the red arrow identifies the proposed location into the rear of the mature hedgerow. Aerial image of this, the blue rectangle again roughly indicates the spot that the shed's to be located in, and you can see the aforementioned house there, the most proximate house, and then there's a row of houses migrating to the south. An indication of the distances involved. So we have approximately 58 metres between the location of the proposed shed and the actual back wall of, if you like, of the closest house. And this shows then the distance between the nearest part of the shed and the nearest part to the shed of the rear amenity of the house. So that's their amenity space is roughly 28 metres from the shed. So the policy in terms of DE01 for general amenity, the council will not support development proposals where they would unacceptably affect amenities of the area of the amenities or the area of the residential amenity of nearby properties or sensitive receptors. The existing use of land and buildings, public safety, visual amenity ought to be protected in public interest, and these include overlooking and loss of privacy, dominance or overshadowing, odor, noise, vibration, or other forms of disturbance, forms of pollution, and general disturbance. And then in the Agricultural and Forestry Development Policy AB06, Council will support proposals for agricultural agricultural and forestry development where it has been demonstrated that it will not result in a detrimental impact on the amenity of residential dwellings outside the holding or enterprise, including potential problems arising from noise, smell, and pollution. Now, that's only a snip of the policy, obviously, and that's concerning officers' concerns with the proximity of this shed to a third-party residential property. And I'll go back to that slide to indicate that I may not previously have detailed that this property is not owned by the applicants. This is a third-party property. So this is the farm group, and aerial imagery again with a map type image, I'm not sure the right term, shown in the top left corner, showing that there are a range of buildings here on the farm holding that could be used. On the flip side, or to the same vein, it hasn't been demonstrated that they can't be used. So summing together, that is officers recommend that the application be refused as the proposal is not sited beside existing farm buildings, and it has not been demonstrated that there are verifiable site-specific health and safety reasons or future expansion plans that demonstrate the alternative site away from the existing buildings is an acceptable as an exception to the policy. It has not been demonstrated that the building is necessary for the efficient use of the business. It has not been demonstrated that there are no suitable existing buildings on the holding that can be used, and the proposal would result in the detrimental impact on the amenity of residential dwellings outside the holding. That's me. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, with speaking rights now, yep. Marcus Kerr again. Marcus, you come up to the right chair now. Good, that's it. You've observed. Thanks very much. You've up to 10 minutes, Marcus, and then we'll either ask you questions or we won't. You're trying to put me out now, going to a different chair. There you go.
Okay, this one?
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry, before I start, I actually thought that we submitted something the other day. I'll put this to Seamus. There was an additional vet's letter and an amended block plan. Did you receive that, Seamus? No. I thought by your presentation that obviously wasn't the case, but anyway, we can address that. Seamus had shown the distance to the shed of 58 metres. I have addressed that actually now, and I don't know where the cross communications come in, but I can get that 75 metres within the red line, so there's no issue with the distance. We can handle that, and I think that's a requirement that EHO has set out. Am I right in that, Seamus, 75 metres to the third party?
It's again, we've had a lot of debate on that in this chamber. It's guidance. It's not written in policy.
Yeah. Well, I think it's mentioned in the rope. Sorry, Robert. Yeah. Okay. 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 All right. So the proposal is for the single farm shed at Woodstone Road, Berra. As way of background, our client's farm, the family farm, along with her two sisters, following the recent bereavement of their father. The farm is split into two portions, the main farm being 58 acres at 126 Cur Road and a further 4.5 acres at Woodstone Road. These lands are separated by the main A5. So if I can explain roughly where it is, I think everybody knows roughly where the John Deere dealership is in the Ballygully Road. Basically, the lane of the main farm goes up the side of that dealership. So that's the main block of land. If you go towards Ballygully, past the pizza place, past the filling station, where Erwin White's used to be, take the first road to the left. That's taking you up to this portion of land. So that'll become clear later when I talk about just to picture where this is situated. So as previously stated in the information, livestock have to be transported by lorry or trailer to the lands at the separate block. Field numbers 19A, 19B and 20 on the farm maps, which is fine taking them to the lands. The trailer or lorry just stops on the road, unloads the cattle through the gate into the field. The problem exists when they are being collected. The lorry or trailer has to park on the public road, cattle rounded up and brought out onto the public road and loaded onto the trailer or lorry. There have been instances where traffic approaches while this is happening and can cause inconvenience for other road users. It is not ideal and indeed is a health and safety issue for the owners, as no proper handling pen exists for the safe loading and as previously mentioned for other road users. The The other issue is the lack of holding sick pen cattle crush to treat a sick animal or a pregnant cow by either owners or the vet. In this instance, the animal has to be loaded onto a trailer, brought back to the main yard at 126 Core Road. In some instances, if the animal is too unwell to be transported, the owners or vet has treated the animal in the field, sometimes in very poor weather, which again is not a safe working practice. Their recommendations are to have sick pens and crush to treat sick animals on a separate piece of land so the vet or owner can work in a controlled and safe environment. I have a letter submitted from Ballygully Vets who deal with the animals on this farm, and they clearly detail what is expected for them in order to carry out their routine treatments or emergency treatments that are often required. It is important to note that veterinary staff have now a minimum requirement in order to deal with livestock in a practical and safe manner for both the animals and the handler, as is highlighted in the letter aforementioned. Furthermore, it is up to the farmers to provide these facilities, hence the proposal we have before you. The proposal is to erect a small handling facility which can accommodate 2 sick pens and a crush, as Seamus has outlined. It's roughly 9 metres by 6, so it's the size of a double garage, basically. It's a domestic double garage. It's not a huge building. So this will provide a safe working environment to do routine dosing, injecting, trimming of feet. The shed will also act as a holding pen to load animals onto a trailer in a safe manner. We also propose to construct a small gravel laneway adequate to turn a vehicle safely for loading and unloading and to get the vehicle basically off the public road. Health and safety of both farmers and vets means it is becoming increasingly unpractical with modern farming practices to farm these lands without the proposal being granted. It is also important to note that these lands not connected to the main farm are an important part of our clients' farm business. And in the current economic climate, the importance of being able to farm all areas of their farm in a responsible manner is greater than ever. There is various written legislation available from DERA and other governing bodies supporting the need for this proposal. The Beef and Cattle Code Practice 2012, issued under the Welfare of Animals Act, Northern Ireland 2011, relating to farm animal welfare, states that the importance of proper animal loading facilities and the need for an area for sick and injured animals to be treated, as well as safe facilities for routine health maintenance for livestock is noted. Subsection 2.2, animal handling, states competent handling of cattle is essential for their proper husbandry. The stress and risk to both the animals and their handlers are decreased when good handling practices are followed, and all stock keepers should have access to easy to use and efficient handling pens to facilitate routine management and treatment on a size and scale to suit the number of cattle in the herd. Section 2.3, transport of the same document, states that facilities should be available on farm to load and unload cattle onto and from a vehicle with as little stress as possible. Section 4.0 and 4.1 states that the relationship between an animal and its environment is crucial to its welfare. Most cattle required to cope with regularly changing climatic conditions and occasionally with more severe and extreme events. Persons in charge of animals have a legal obligation to ensure that animals in their care have a suitable environment where the animal is able to exhibit normal behavioural patterns, and any needed has to be housed with or apart from any other animals. Subsection 6.8, sick and injured animals, states, where necessary, stock keepers should have a procedure for isolating and caring for sick or injured animals. Isolation pens should be an essential component of any cattle unit, and they should have an entrance that is wide enough for an animal to be easily herded into the pen. When moving sick or injured cattle to the isolation pens, it should be ensured that unnecessary suffering does not occur. These pens should be easily reached so that the stock keeper can regularly check on the animal. Furthermore, the safe handling of livestock on farms document published by, now this is the Health and Safety Executive NI, states that every farm that handles cattle should have proper handling facilities which are well maintained and in good working order. It is essential that you have a gate to prevent cattle charging forward when you're working in the rear of the crush. Never attempt to treat or work on any animal that is held by gates alone or is free to move at will. We also note and are in agreement that our client has handling facilities on the main farm holding. So we're not disputing that they don't have handling facilities at the main farm. This is the separate holding that obviously we're trying to address the problem here. So these facilities are used regularly. However, the issue is that it's become impossible to load livestock to bring them to these facilities at the main farm holding. Without the proposal being granted, it is dangerous to load livestock into a lorry or trailer on a public road, a practice which was done years ago. I've done it myself when the roads were less busy. Now owing to not having facilities at this part on the farm, and because of the increase in traffic and pedestrians using this road, the alternative is to walk cattle from the fields at Woodstock Road to the holding at 126. So why I was painting the picture with you earlier about the John Deere place in the road, I wouldn't like to walk cattle up that A5 road. I mean, it's not safe, it's not practical, it's just not able to do. I don't have to tell you, young. This journey entails travelling a stretch of the notorious A5 road, and I think committee will agree that this would not represent good practice for animals or the general public availing of the road. Question: I would ask if road service would
1 minute
endorse.
left, Marcus.
Okay, I would ask if road service would endorse the loading of cattle on the public road. In relation to the point from EHO, so I'm coming now to this 75 metres thing. We have a red line basically around that whole field, so the shed can be moved 75 metres away, as is guidance as stated by Seamus. So we can address that issue. We're 58 to that nearest receptor at the moment. There's no problem getting the 75. I could give you more if you wanted, but we feel for reasons above we have demonstrated both the overwhelming need for the shed and why it is necessary for the efficient use of the holding. We also believe that we've demonstrated the reasons why the building needs to be located away from the farm holding, as the land in question is located away from the farm holding. You will note, after considering the site carefully, we have cited the proposal and the second field back. So
That's it, Marcus. Sorry.
Okay.
Time out. Thank you. Right, members, any questions for Marcus? Yep, Councillor Feely.
Thanks, Chair. And this cannot.
You're going to have to declare an interest here for him. Go on, Anthony.
It's more kind of a comment as well, and I know where Marcus is coming from. I'd understand why they're looking for the shed there, but they probably put cattle there in the summertime to graze, Marcus, I take it, and I know as Rob is farming myself, I know that if they have to do a TB test in the summertime, it'd be pure torture trying to get them home, and the shed would be handy. Because the vet, and you said you had a letter, but we didn't see it. But I know myself, the vets will not test them unless you have a crush, or if they do a section, they'll not do it unless you have a calving gate now at the minute. So that's the sole reason that you need the shed there. I can understand that. And you said you're willing to not put it in the exact spot as it's on the map here. Is that right, Mark? Yeah. That's it.
Councillor, sorry, I'm going to cut on you a bit there. I thought I had submitted that earlier. Maybe there was a wee bit of cross communication there, but I have repositioned the shed from basically the right hand corner of the field.
Marcus, now that's, I'm going to cut across you here.
Okay.
If you're saying that there's information that you've supplied and our officers haven't got it, that's new information. So members can take that on board. So don't.
Well, then can I reword that, Chair?
Right. Sorry, Seamus. Well, could you wait to the end to clarify it? We'll get the questions out of the way with regard to Marcus. You finish what you're going to say.
Reword that.
Councillor Feely.
Okay. I suppose in relation to your question, Councillor, yes, I can locate the shed further away from the third party receptor. We can overcome that issue. That's not a problem.
That's okay, right. Any further questions from non-farmers, maybe? Right, I'm not saying, well, yes, Councillor McClockery, John.
Yeah. I take it it's purely just a suckler cow and beef business that they're running, so it's cattle that they're having to deal with.
Right, hold on. Marcus, you reply now.
Yeah, mainly store cattle, Councillor. 12 to 36 months type of age, yeah.
Okay. Any further questions? No. Right, that's it, Marcus. If you withdraw back to your seat, please. Thank you. Now, Seamus, you can come in.
Yes, I suppose at this stage, I have to apologise, Marcus, and the information has been received and is available, has been published on the portal. But I suppose it's important to note that our issues don't just centre around the distance from the third party holding. And while that is something that members feel the desire to explore further, that's something that can be done. A few other points to make. Separated by the A5, I suppose, on the location plan or the farm maps, if I get to them there, you can see that the land itself, I don't think, is separated by the road. You may have to travel the road to get to it, but the land itself isn't dissected by the road. The issues are, I suppose, there's several policy considerations that officers have. The setback from the road and the proximity to the third party dwellings are an issue that we have raised in terms of the proximity to the third party properties. The adequate facilities, as you've admitted, do exist at the main farm holding. And the question would be asked, is this a suitable response in terms of a shed and again, the siting of that? I suppose there's many a facility through the countryside where there's a pen erected to allow loading and unloading of cattle. We're not, this situation, I suppose, is unique in that there's not a large distance between the two holdings. So some sort of a facility to allow the loading of cattle and to bring them to the main holding perhaps is a more suitable situation or a more suitable solution. And basically that's my summation, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Seamus? Councillor McCloughery, Joan?
Yeah, and in the farming industry, we've seen a massive change in the last few years in the makeup of our veterinaries that we're calling upon. They're become larger groups, but also the gender of the vets has changed dramatically, and they're no longer big roughy tufty men. There's young girls out there, and they're landing up and they're doing operation stuff. And we, as farmers, we need facilities suitable at the time for an emergency that they can carry out the necessary operations stuff. That's why you have to have the proper equipment. And I've known farmers now that have, where especially the vets turned up for TB tests and said, no, your facilities aren't suitable and I'm not testing them. So can we put any weight on that as a health and safety issue? And would that then have an impact on the running of the farm business and make that necessary? That's basically what I'm asking. Can we put a load on that?
Seamus?
It's, I suppose, again, it's back to the same issue with the policy. If there's health and safety reasons for a separate facility away from the main group, and it's for you as councillors to determine that.
I think what Seamus is trying to say is that if we go out with the policy, there are exemptions to the policy, that we have to be clear why we're going out with the policy and what those reasons are. You've issued or you've talked about health and safety, and you've talked about animal welfare, basically. So that's maybe what you want to pursue. Councillor Mahan, David?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the agent and everything there. So my understanding is there's possibly three issues here. The proximity to the third party, if whether or not there is facilities in the existing yard that could do, and or whether a pen would do rather than a shed or something more suitable potentially. I think the agent here has addressed the third party issue, the proximity, and I think that maybe could be addressed. Yes, and the agent has said there's facilities in the main yard, but you know, anybody that has had to move animals or know anything about them, a yard, a mile away or half a mile away is not much use, no matter how good the facility is. And you can have an urgent need to get a vet for whatever it might be, and that, you know, animals don't always get sick during the day and daylight. You know, they can get sick at night, and I think that would help to address the latter point there in relation to the shed, where you'll be able to have maybe hang a light or do something to help the vet. I do know that vets will, will just close the door and drive away again if you don't have the right facilities, and that's, no exaggeration. And that's the last thing any farmer wants, the wait on the vet to come maybe for a long time, and then for them to turn away and maybe lost an animal over it. So I think that the issues there could be addressed, Chairman. I'd be the mind of maybe going against the recommendation, Chair.
If you have a mind, you have to actually state what's on your mind. It's either you are and you make a recommendation, and therefore you're stating your reasons to rebut the points for refusal. I think you've talked around it. So are you or are you not, David?
Thank you for keeping me on the straight and narrow here. Very good. No, I would like to propose to go against the recommendation, Chair. I think it makes sense. As I say, the third party proximity, if it can be relocated slightly within the red line, so it can be addressed. Facilities in the main yard doesn't really come into effect. It's a separate field. It's not adjoined by lanes or anything, so you can't move cattle from one part of the farm to the other without going on the main road. And the latter point in relation to whether it's a shed or a pen, I think for health and safety, if it's in the evening time or darkness and you have a light on or whatever, I think the shed's the way to go, Chair.
Yeah, I'll just say that there are 5 reasons for refusal. I think you've addressed 3, but possibly there are 2 interlinked and they may fall if you address the main reasons. But I'll go to Councillor Feely now. Anthony, I'll come back to you, David. Don't worry. Anthony?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, and I was kind of, as you said, just at the same mind as David there, but get it worded as well. And what about the road safety issue? Robert, could we use that as going against it?
You're asking for my advice.
Well, I'd be second the recommendation.
Yeah, you'd be second the recommendation.
Yeah,
I think what Councillor Mahan is trying to say is that because the parcel of land is used for specific type of livestock over the years, and the issue with regard to health and safety around animal welfare is tied in. I think he's also referenced the distance between the parcel of land and the main farm holding. He has referenced that the agent Marcus has referenced that there's adequate holding facilities at the main farm group, but because this is an outlying area displaced from the main farm group, that there is a reason and a need from health and safety to have some sort of facility in that location. So you're happy to second?
Yeah, and I just make another comment. Yeah, definitely in all them reasons. And as John said there about the vets and the vets we get, there's 5 vets in the practice, and there's 4 ladies and 1 man. And even for a man to do a section, you need a calving gate, and the vets not do it now. And I say there'll be a calving gate going into this shed, and that'll be one of the main reasons now. They're not too. And if he's down in TB, he'll have to test his cattle every 60 days, and he'd have to bring them home. And I don't know how these other farmers fare out, but if you're trying to load cattle, I don't know how you load them so long in a field or corner field. Like, wild limousine cattle is about now. You get it tight to get them loaded even in that shed. So I'd be seconding proposal in the support of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I would just, before I go to Councillor Crockery, I would just want to put on record that we're not actually saying that this is a gender issue in regard to the makeup of veterinary practices. What we're trying to say is, and that was a side argument, that the veterinary practice now has become more self-aware with regard to health and safety issues, and therefore there is a bigger requirement for facilities at various locations. And you've referenced the distance between the 2 parcels of land as being a barrier to actually calling upon the facilities at the main farm group. Councillor McClockery? Joe?
I mean, I agree with all the councillors. I think there's 4 reasons, and I think that all of them have now been addressed. In between the 3 of us, we've managed to address them. It's whether one of us can actually get it down on paper. But I do agree. I think it's a change in industry, so there is a real business need there, especially with the vets now withdrawing services if they don't think they're suitable. So it's needed for the business, and it's explained why, and there's nothing else suitable, and the agent has said that we can put conditions on to ensure that it is far enough away to not have it ruining anybody else's facility.
Right, I'm glad you said that, because you would actually have to ensure that it goes as far back in the field as possible. Right, I've got a proposal and seconder, and the proposal is to go against. It's contrary to the officer's recommendation, and it's therefore a proposal to approve. I'm going to ask Seamus to make sure that there's been enough provided information for a rebuttal of all the refusal reasons. So Seamus?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I suppose maybe Darren can assist here if needed, but we may need to explore further in terms of the revised siting. Again, hands up that this wasn't brought forward, but that there may be implications here in terms of address of the shed now if it's being moved, and further assessment needed in terms of proximity or not to the third party receptor. Is it appropriate, Darren, that we seek a deferral for that, or can that be delegated back for assessment upon reaching the decision?
Excuse me, members. Yes, so it's a full application, members. If there's an amended block plan that's being proposed which shows an alternative siting, then the neighbours will need to be notified about that, first of all. So once that's done, then planning officers will obviously have to reconsider that and review the application. So I think the best thing to do with this application is planners we'll note your comments today. I think they're all unanimous and everybody's in general agreement with the comments that have been said. So planning officers, if the application is deferred and delegated back to planning officers, we will take on board the views of the committee today in respect of all those issues, and review then the amended block plan that comes in and see whether that overcomes the impact on the amenity and the neighbouring issues there. So if it's delegated back to us, we will review the application again.
Right, members, I'm going to ask the proposer and seconder if they amend the proposal to make it a referral back to officers to deal with the amended discussion taking place here and the additional information provided. Councillor Mahan?
Chair, happy to propose a referral back to the officers and take into consideration the comments made here today.
Councillor Feely?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Yeah. Okay. Members, you've heard the proposal to defer back for further consideration and officers' recommendation. All agreed? Agreed, thank you.
So I just check, sorry, Chair, can I just confirm it's delegated back to officers
Yes.
as well as part of that? Yes,
Yes.
thank you, Chair.
So Seamus, could you sum up
Yep.
before we go on?
Okay, thanks, Chair. So application number 3, LA 10, 2023, 1966. The recommendation was to refuse planning permission. Members that went against that recommendation would have deferred allowed the application to be deferred back to officers to consider amended plans, and officers of content on reviewing the plans will proceed with the recommendation to approve.
Thank you. We'll go on now to item number 4, and that is LA 10 bar 2023 bar 2350, proposed dwelling and detached garage.
Thanks, Chair.
Seamus?
Application 4, LA 10, 2023, 2350 is a proposed dwelling and detached garage at 20 metres west of 25 Hawthorne Road, Omagh. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission. This application was with the committee last month and was deferred for a site meeting, which took place on the 6th of March. And the members attended and were shown the site, the views up and down the road, and noted what was available to see and were content. There's an update also. The planning agent has provided supporting information relating to special domestic circumstances of a sensitive nature, so it has not been publicised on the portal. In response to this, the agent was advised that the particular requirements in terms of policy HOU 15, personal and domestic circumstances, that further information would be required in order to meet the requirements of this policy, but nothing further has been received in response to that relay of information to the agent. So I'll proceed on then.
Sorry, just Councillor Campbell, Glenn?
Chairman, just maybe if there's a likelihood that there is circumstances discussed, I know that the agent and applicant are present, would it be appropriate to go into committee for the application?
We will if there's any detailed discussion with regard to personal confidential information, will automatically go into confidential, yeah, in the committee. Sorry, go ahead, Seamus,
Yep.
sorry.
Thanks, Chair. So the application site is identified in red and by the yellow star, and you can see to the left-hand side, there's the large industrial building known as number 29 A, B, and C. And to the right, or to the west, is east, sorry, is number 25, which is dwelling and garage. This is the block plan, or part of the block plan submitted by the agent, but I suppose it's appropriate at this stage to clarify that this hasn't been cropped. But this is the zoomed in version of the block plan that was submitted by the agent, showing number 25 to the right hand side, the proposed site, the furthest gap between this indicated as dense planting, and then the large industrial building to the left of that. The red star again identifies the site, number 25, gone missing. Number 25 is to the right, again, site and the red star, and the large building to the left-hand side with the additional gap in between. In terms of the rounding off policy, which requires development to be bound on 3 sides, we have an indication here of the site being bound on one side, indicated by the green line. The other remaining sides of the site are not bound by other development. This image shows the 3 buildings, the large shed again, the site, the dwelling at number 25 adjacent to the site, and then number 19, which is further down the road. And if you note the yellow star here, it'll indicate where then on the next image that we are viewing the site from. So the image on the left, the street view image towards the frontage of that house, number 19, and I'll go back. That's at the yellow star. So we're looking at that house, number 19. Then this image is further on. So we're still at number 19, looking up the road towards the site. The site is on beyond the trees. This is taken from the frontage of number 25, which is the house, the most proximate house to the site, to the right-hand side of the site. So there's a view at the entrance to number 25 as you're traveling up the Hawthorne Road. This is on just past 25, and that's the first glimpse of the site in the foreground to the right-hand side. As we move on, we're traveling along the site now. Again, the site's on our right-hand side. That's straight financed or in front of the site. So we're looking in at the site. Number 25 is on our right. That's the hedges and trees associated with number 25 on the right. And to the left is the other site. Sorry. So again, we'll do the same thing here. We have the yellow star. So if you visualize, we're standing now at that yellow star looking the other way down the road. So that's us at the yellow star. You can see the industrial building or the storage building on the left-hand side. We're heading down the road towards the site. We're passing the large shed. You can see the blue arrow indicates the sites beyond those trees, and that's the wooded area, the treed area. The shed gates are visible. No other buildings or dwellings can be seen on this approach as we head down towards the site. This image indicates the length or the distance that exists between the buildings in and around the site. So we have 128.3 meters between the buildings. That includes our plot, or our site, which is identified by the red star. On down the road, which is where we started our journey, should I call it that, on Street View. There's 124 meters between, and that's between number 25 and number 19. The plot sizes, separation distances. So again, we have the distances there showing the 128 between buildings 1 and 2 and 124 between buildings 2 and 3. And we have indicated on this image the approximate plot sizes in this frontage. So we have 25.6 meters, 42 and 47. We have an image here between numbers 19 and 25. This is, and you can see the red star again indicates our site, so you know roughly where we are or what we're looking at here. There's a gap capable of accommodating 2 plots, 2 buildings, 2 dwellings again. And that's on the premise that if this application were approved, that we would be in a position then that we would have the 3 buildings again that don't currently exist. But were this to be granted, we would be offering or allowing or creating that ribbon of development that would create the potential for 2 further sites. The red star, we have again shown this as we did last month. The yellow rectangle indicates the site that has been approved opposite. And it's important at this stage to indicate or to show or demonstrate the difference here that we have to the left-hand side of our yellow rectangle, we have 3 buildings. To the right, we have a 4th that meets the requirements of the infill policy and that there are a minimum of 3 buildings and that the gap site's capable of accommodating a maximum of 2. This is the location plan that was submitted with the previous application on this site by another agent. It was submitted as an infill site for 2 dwellings on the 2 rough plots that you can see or envisage within that red outline. This was recommended for refusal and was withdrawn by the planning agent. So, in summary, officers have recommended refusal for the proposal. It is contrary to SPO1, DEO3, DEO5 and HOU 13, paragraph 2 infilling. It's not sustainable development and that the proposed site is not a small gap suitable to accommodate only 2 dwellings. Is not within an otherwise substantial and continuously built up frontage of at least 3 buildings, each within their own defined curtilage, and it will detract from the rural character. And the second reason being that it is not sustainable development as the proposed development would create or add to a ribbon of development. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Seamus. Speaking rights, we have Dan McNulty and Donald Campbell, the applicant and agent. If they care to come forward. Yeah, that's okay. Just before we start, Dan, I'll ask you if you want to clarify about the special circumstance. We may have to go into committee. If you're happy that that just remains on file, we'll not talk about it. So,
yeah, okay, we're happy. Yeah.
Will you reference it? That's it.
I can reference it, yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to go in, there may be questions, so we might have to go into committee. I think if you make a presentation and if you want to reference the confidential information, I think you may indicate we'll go into committee.
Well, the committee had asked for it.
Right.
Proof.
Well,
So
I
the proof
think
was,
we need to go into committee then. Yep. Proposed Councillor McCann, second Councillor Thompson. All agreed? Marcus and David, you need to withdraw. We're in confidential. Lean, we need to switch back on. Yep. If you could dress back, gentlemen, to your previous seats. And could somebody call back in David and Marcus? Or just Adele will go. Dan, it's okay. Thank you, Adele. Right, Seamus, if you want to.
Yep, thanks, Chair. So yes, I suppose the agent has mentioned number 19 Hawthorne Road never having been used by himself. It's not that we're trying to allege that it was. We have used this or indicated a potential outcome here if this site were approved, because then on the shot you can see we would have a house, number 25, number 19 down the road, and we would have two plots that would be suitable under this policy. As it sits at the moment, it's not suitable. And you can see we have three isolated buildings, number 1 on the shot now, number 1, 2, and 3, that are a fair distance from each other with no options or no policy compliant sites in between. If we allow this site, we will be creating a further site to the west between the site and the building labeled number 1 here. If they were built out, you'd be looking at 2 further sites then, because you would have the required numbers of buildings. As it exists at present, there isn't the required numbers. In terms of officers' consideration of integration and an element of clustering, as the agent has indicated, it's a requirement on officers to consider all the policies within the plan strategy. It was indicated that the site integrates. That's correct, but it still fails under the infill and clustering policies. It's just like a previous application in front of the committee here today, it may integrate, but it doesn't overcome the remaining policy requirements. HOU 15 is special domestic or personal and domestic circumstances. There's quite a range of requirements within that policy that would need to be met. And I can give you a rough rundown on them, but there's a requirement to live as close as possible to someone to provide a level of care. And I think it has been indicated perhaps that that's not the situation. So there's a lot to be considered there. The opportunity was afforded to the agent, as I said at the start, and nothing has been received. The south side of Hawthorne Road would not contribute to this site in terms of infilling. In terms of clustering, it has the potential to, but as indicated on one of the slides, it fails in other ways. The site is not bound on 3 sides with other development within the cluster. I think there was a reference to a 2020 approval, and I'm not 100% sure from the information the agent has given us. He did provide a supporting statement that mentioned an approval not near this, but an approval under infilling. It differed in that there were 3 buildings, there were gaps, and it would provide a maximum of 2. That's not the situation here. There's not the required 3 buildings. There's 3 buildings, but it would provide a lot more than 2 sites. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Seamus. Any questions for Seamus or clarity? If not, you've heard the representations from the applicant and agent. You've heard Seamus's. We now need to come to a decision, please. Councillor Maguire, Tommy.
Thank you, Chair. Again, we have had a site meeting. We have looked at this, and it's quite obvious from Seamus' submission there that there's potentially at least 4 sites would open up if this were to go ahead. It's not the first time we've had to make a decision on this particular issue, and at the end of the day, we're bound by policy, no matter how much we might desire to stretch it and argue our case as best we can. But I'm afraid that the potential for the 4 sites is definitely against our policy. So therefore, I'm going to have to propose the recommendation for Margaret.
Okay, thank you, Tommy. Councillor Robinson, Paul.
Second that recommendation.
Okay. Any further recommendations? No. I've got a proposal to go with the officer's recommendation to refuse, been proposed and seconded. Are we all agreed? Any dissension? You're dissenting, Councillor Devine Gallagher. Councillor Rainey dissenting. Is that against? Well, sorry, I'll run this again. All in favour, just put your hand up. All in favour of the proposal. That's 3. Take a note. All against? Four. 5. And abstentions? 3. So that proposal falls. Yep. I think we are a quandary here. So I need a proposal to go into committee. Van Gallagher and Councillor McGrath all agreed. Everybody clear? Elaine, would you switch on and would people come back in? Yeah. Right, Kim, would you give an update?
Chair, so while in committee, members received legal advice in relation to the requirements of the policy. Thank you.
Okay, without further ado, Councillor Maguire.
Margaret Carney, thank you, Chair. And in light of the legal advice that we were received during confidential, I'm happy to propose a deferral on this particular application. Margaret.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Second that.
That's a deferral. Proposed Councillor Maguire, seconded by Councillor Robinson, that we defer this matter back to the officers to further explore the issues raised. And let them actually have a discussion with the applicant agent and see what comes out of those discussions. And it'll come back to the committee with a recommendation. All agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much indeed. Yep. Oh, yeah. Sorry, just I need to make sure that we're happy to note the recommendation in committee. Councillor Maguire, you're proposing that, and Councillor Thompson second. Happy enough? Yep. Okay. Go on to item number 5 now, application LA 10 bar 2023 bar 2340. Proposed infill site for 2 numbered detached dwellings and garages. We will be coming up to time out in about another 35 minutes. So, yep, it's okay. We're all right at the moment. Yep, no, it's okay. We'll not take a proposal yet.
Yeah.
Seamus, go ahead. Yep.
Okay, members, application number 5, LA 10 2023 2340 stroke F is a proposed infill site for 2 numbered detached dwellings and garages immediately adjacent to and east of 97 Cavan Road, Fintona. And the recommendation is to refuse planning permission. I have noted an update here. We received an email representation in support of the application from Councillor Anne-Marie Donnelly, and she wants her support recorded for this application as she believes it fits neatly within policy HOU 13 for rounding off and infilling. It's within a rural setting as a visual link with nearby properties. Such applications are essential within our rural areas to allow rural dwellers to remain within their own community. The homes have been sensitively designed and remain in keeping with nearby properties. I'd just like to clarify that given that there's no new material considerations raised within this representation that haven't already been addressed within the report. I'll move on now. So we have in front of us now the site location plan is submitted showing the red outline of the site between numbers 97 and 93 Cavan Road, Fintona. The block plan submitted shows two dwellings on the gap, within the gap, 2 dwellings and garages adjacent. You can see to the left there, number 97. One of the dwelling designed single story with a front porch. The other one also single story with 3 front projections and a standard enough domestic garage. So we look at the aerial imagery and we have annotated here the dwelling numbers on the slide. We have to the left-hand side number 97, which you can't really see because it's an old dwelling within a well-treed plot. To the other side, number 93, which is a dwelling and garage on its own plot, and beyond that, 91. And you can see then up and down the road, there's other properties located just in their own individual plots with gaps between. I'll go back, sorry, a slide. You can see again, as we did before, at the yellow star is where the next shot will be taken from. So we're looking down the road towards the site. You can see the entrances on your right-hand side to the 2 dwellings. We move on down the road. The front of number 93, the sites then at that large 3 in the foreground is where the sites begin. This is the first site on the right-hand side, moving towards a boundary that exists between the 2 sites. And that's the second field then. And as we move on up the road, we're moving along then the second field, which provides part of the site. I wouldn't say that the two dwellings are neatly nestled into each of the fields, but the two fields are combined for the purposes of the application. Beyond the site further, and we're approaching the site now for number 97, sorry. And this is at the frontage of 97, and it shows, well, you can kind of make out to the right-hand side where you can see more daylight that that's where the boundary of number 97 runs up along the field. So it's quite a restricted curtilage, small plot as would have been expected in older times. Again, the yellow star indicates where we're starting our next journey down the road towards the site, with the site on our left this time. So there's number, I think it's number 101 perhaps, on the left-hand side. On down the road towards the Mullowinny Road, number 97, the old house referred to is in that plot at the corner of the two roads. On past the plot number 97 is on the left-hand side. We're heading towards the sites now. So the first part of the site is on the left-hand side. Still on our left. And we're traveling towards now the second portion of the site, where you would envisage, roughly speaking, the second dwelling is to be located. And you can see, sorry, just beyond that, you can see the walls, the range walls associated with the next house at the end of the line. So we have here images on the left that show the existing situation on the ground with respect to number 97, which again, as I mentioned, is the old dwelling. You can see on the bottom aerial imagery shot how restricted a curtilage it has. It's a small old house on a fairly restricted curtilage. Still would be satisfactory for today's standards, but it's to give you an idea of the limits or the limitations of that site. Now, the block plan image on the right-hand side is submitted by the agent, shows an access lane up into the wider field that would be left behind if these two sites were developed. And it's the gap that exists between the red line that I've drawn on there indicates the actual line of the old house's curtilage, while there's a gap left there that doesn't really exist, and the site is pushed on over. So it's slightly manipulated to use up land and masks the overall size and scale of the space between the dwellings either side. So we've indicated the frontages here. You see the red line indicating the gap between 93 and 97. So we have a 55-metre frontage at number 99. Important to note here that that's actually two curtilages. The large shed to the left of the house is accessed via the lane at the back. So it's a frontage that's larger than the others, but that may be down to the fact that it contains two buildings. One which would appear to be an industrial or a storage shed. We then have the 33-metre frontage used or part of number 97, the gap containing the two sites. 30-metre frontage associated with number 93 and a 31-metre frontage associated with number 91. The length of our gap between the buildings is 140 metres. We have shown here how three plots, and they are, if not similar, slightly larger than the most proximate plots, how three plots can fit comfortably within this frontage. We've indicated rectangles for dwellings. You can see and compare that these are not small or not too small or not smaller than the dwellings around them. Obviously, there could be rear returns and what have you, but broadly speaking, they're reflective of a dwelling on each plot. And I suppose it's important to note the images that we have shown and the street view images available on the slide show that as we're traveling in either direction along the road, passing the dwellings either side, that there's quite a gap, and officers would contend that this is an important visual break between the dwellings either side. So I'll sum up. So officers have recommended refusal for the following reasons. The proposal is contrary to Strategic Policy SP01, Policy DE03, Policy DE05, and HOU 13, paragraph 1 rounding off and is not sustainable development as A, the proposed dwelling will not result in the rounding off of a gap within an existing group of buildings which are sited outside a farm. Criteria B, the buildings in the area do not appear as a focal point. Apologies, members, I've been reading the incorrect refusal reason. It is recommended the application is refused for the following reasons. The proposal is contrary to strategic policy SPO1, DEO5, DEO3, DEO5, criteria D, and policy HOU 13, paragraph 2, infilling, and is not sustainable development, and that the proposed site is not a small gap suitable to accommodate only 2 dwellings within an otherwise substantial and continuously built up frontage of at least 3 buildings, each within their own defined curtilage. And development will detract from the rural character and is an important visual break. And the second reason being the proposal is contrary to strategic policy SPO1, policy DEO3 and policy DEO5 and is not sustainable development as the proposed development would create a ribbon of development. That's me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Seamus. With speaking rights now, David, if you care to come up to one of the positions, please. Okay, you're up to 10 minutes to present. There you are. Stop it. I'm the one that does that.
You
not
control it.
Thank you. There you go.
I had sent in photographs. I think it seems you have them. And would you have the, yeah, that's what I'm after there exactly. Right, okay. Application was, thank you, Mayor, Chair and Committee for letting me speak. Application was refused under 2 points. Part 2 will be removed if Part 1 is overturned, then ribbon does not exist. We're really down to whether a gap is considered as a visual break or not. We've read the planning officer's report and can confirm we have integration. We have a suitable design for the houses in regards to siting, massing, and indeed the heights. We've been very careful when applying for the site that we've considered the context of the proposal in the area that is being proposed. If you look at what's up on the map there at the moment, that's an accurate reflection of what's actually on site. I must say that the photographs that was used was Google Street View. They're as out of date as of much of maybe 5 or 6 years. Quite a few of the trees aren't there. We've read a few trees away around the house. You could actually physically see the house. But there's your gaps. So you've got 1, you've got 2. Number 3 is important. Number 4, that's number 99. That's Mr. Cochran's dwelling. It is a frontage, I believe, of 55 to 60 metres. And that's equivalent to the 2 sites I'm proposing. Yes, the sites over on the far side are slightly smaller, but when you look at the context of the Fermanagh development plan, it doesn't mention about site widths, it mentions a visual gap. I'll come to that in a second. So the site visually integrates even with a loss of, I believe, 1 or 2 trees on the roadside frontage regarding displays. Planning officer, when I went through the planning officer's report, states on page 4, the site is near several existing buildings and houses, and although it would cluster and consolidate with these existing established buildings, so they're saying that the development will consolidate and will cluster with existing buildings, so we can see the buildings if the new ones are put in, so they're read collectively together. Okay. Planning officer report states on page 4, and I've read that bit out, so that the statement indicates that the proposal does cluster and consolidate with existing established buildings. So why does it not meet the visual gap test? So the policy is infilling will be permitted when a line of buildings where the proposed site is a small gap suitable to accommodate only 2 dwellings within an otherwise substantial and continuous built-up frontage, which will not detract from the rural character. For the purpose of this policy, the substantial built-up frontage is a line of at least 3 buildings. I can't remember what the very far one is, but you've got 1, 2, each with their garage and the dwelling going out through one entrance. So we've met policy there and there. We've got the 2 gap sites. We've got the old building in the middle, which is a building. It's got a roof and all on it, and it's got its entrance onto the road also. And then go beyond that. If we're not content with the 2 sites on one side and one on the other, let's go the other side. we've got 97, which is the large frontage, 55 meters. You've got, sorry, 99, 97, and then the two sites with one site. So which side do you actually cite the frontages, if you want to go down the route frontages? Do you start from the left-hand side and go right, or do you start from the right-hand side and go left? If you start from the left and go forward, you've got two large sites which almost complement our site frontages. And anyway, permission will not be granted where the proposal site is an important visual break. Will not be granted where the proposed site is an important visual break between existing buildings on the landscape, or where the proposed development will result in a suburban style build-up of development. Now, reading through the planning officer's report and go to page 7, it states, on approach from both the eastern and western directions towards the site, the existing developments of both the eastern, number 91 and 93, that's over to this side, and western sites 97 and 99, appears as separate entities and do not cluster or group and are not visually linked together. Seamus, can you show me the photographs I took about 2 months ago, please? There is Aidan's presentation. See the one on the right-hand side? That's a similar one that was shown on the Google Street View. You can clearly see 93 is beside us here on the right, and you can see the white building, and if you look really close, you can see the grey building just in front of it. So I'm visually looking at two buildings on the far end of a gap. Okay, so that's not a visual break. That's a vehicle enclosure, sort of a visual enclosure. Go to the one on the left. That is the old building, and you can clearly see the two buildings on the far side. Now that's taken from the Mulwinny Road through the hedge, looking straight across at the other two buildings. So I suggest that the statement by the planning officer is incorrect, that you can physically actually see both ends of the gap, and that's important. So basically, there's no quantifiable definitions of a visual break or gap, i.e. it could be 40 meters or it could be 200 meters. There's no quantifiable, it's a visual thing. All right, now, I would suggest if there was a mountain or a hill between them two buildings, that visual gap is broke, and therefore you don't have the context of two buildings on one side and one on the other, or one on one side and two on the other. So I contest that the visual gap is significant to take the two houses, and you can clearly see both ends of the bookmark. That's the only policy. That's the only policy that they have. The only text that planning, the only test that planning have established was that statement. And if you can't read between 97 and 99 on one side and 93 and 91 on the other, you don't have a, sorry, you have a visual break. But that's clearly not the case. You can see both ends of the gap here in this scenario. So if you read the context, basically the policy statement that I mentioned was the only thing that can turn this down is a visual break. Remember PPS 21, we had site widths and site differences and site size. Like, that's not mentioned in the new policy. So it's a context thing that we've started to use to establish what a gap site is, and is it relevant to the ones either side of it. So in conclusion, when I looked at this originally at the start, this was a textbook application. This should have went straight through. You've got the two separate curtilages on both sides, all individually accessed by accesses, and you've got two on the far side, and with enough room for two dwellings in the centre. So a little bit misleading, the photographs on the Google Street View. They're quite out of date. Them are current ones right up. I don't know, is there another one, or is them just the two I sent maybe? I think there's another one. Yeah, just the two of them. Can you go back once more to the overview, please? One more step. That's it there. If we go one foot stellar over to the left-hand side, that's a large house setback. Now, I've looked at Google Street View on that, and I do believe that's a garden in front of that big, massive house. So you've actually got nearly two sites and two more gaps. This, guys, is a textbook application. It shouldn't be here. It should have been approved initially. I ask that you overturn the application, please, and present it as an approval, if you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. I'll ask now for questions from members, if they have any. No? You can go back to your seat, David, thanks. Seamus, would you sum up, please?
Yep.
Thanks, Chair. I suppose it's important to note that, again, we have mention of the case officer's report where it has indicated a level of clustering. For the purposes of, or for the avoidance of doubt, to cluster, if you look at that shot on your screen there, a dwelling on the right-hand side of the site will cluster with the house beside it, but it will also lead to the creation of 2 more plots. So while we have, and while officers have indicated that it may cluster, that doesn't indicate that it meets all the requirements of the policy. I think it's this, officers do believe that this site is an important visual break. When you look at the length of the gap that exists, notwithstanding the fact that the situation on the ground may be different with trees cut down, but an appreciation of the gap that exists between the dwellings either side is an important visual break, and the distance that exists could accommodate more than 2 houses. I don't want to labor the point, but I did indicate where the situation on the ground has been contrived somewhat by moving a boundary of the old house in order to extend that curtilage. I'm sure we've all come across it. That requires planning consent to increase the curtilage or increase the size of a curtilage. That hasn't been achieved, and it doesn't exist on the ground. The access lane shown on the block plan to access the field in behind has further attempted to reduce the gap for that reason. Access to that field could be obtained off the Mullowinny Road. There's ample opportunity there for that field to be accessed. It wouldn't be landlocked. I think it's important to note that we have a gap here that is worthy of protecting, in that you have 2 distinct groups of buildings on the right-hand side of that shot. You have the other buildings which are more sporadic and more spaced out on the other side. While there may be some appreciation on traveling along that road, there's no real link between the first 2 groups on the right-hand side as you travel, and then the other old property on the you encounter at the corner of the Mullowinny Road. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Seamus. Any questions for Seamus? No, then we'll go straight to a decision, please. I'll need a proposer and seconder, or multiple ones, so we can vote on. Councillor Mahon, David.
Chair, I'm just wondering there, directly behind site 1, up where the red circle and 7 is, there's a property up there. Is that, I'm just wondering, is that visible from the road when you're going past? I know it's not part of the, just wondering, can you see that when you're driving up the road? If you'd like, do you see the property I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'll go back to the. There would be an appreciation of it, councillor, but again, as you travel that road, if you were looking for it, I think you get an appreciation that it's there perhaps. But at the same time, if you're driving that road, the aspect of the road points you straight ahead. There's a rise in the field and that dwelling's up over the top of it. It's actually, am I right in saying it's the one that's accessed off the Mullowinny Road?
Yes.
Yeah. There's an impression that it would be there, but it's not fully visible, or it wouldn't catch your eye as such. You would see it if you look for it.
Right, aye, but you could see it.
You could see it.
Yeah. Good.
Need any more clarification, members? Right, David, you're back in again.
Apologies,
Councillor
thank
Mahon.
you. The width of the site, as far as I understand, it's not defined anywhere, and we keep coming up against this. You know, and it's possibly right that it's not defined. You know, but the argument's been made there. There's on the left-hand side, 1, 2, or 3 is maybe 50 meters or maybe more, and then on the right-hand side is smaller. You know, how do we come to a decision about that? You know, if an application's in for 2 and 2's built, there's not 3. You know, you know, there's, you see the potential for 3, potential for more. You know, if there's an applications for 2 and 2's built, it can't be a third. You know, we always come up against this with the widths of the sites. You know, it's always seems to be an issue, and it's clearly seen that there's quite a large one at number 2. Number 3, 4 is like 50, and then you have the smaller old type one. Then you have, you know, 2, and then the 2 smaller on the right. You know, as has been a suggestion, if you're coming from the left to the right, maybe 60 or 70, 50, 30, 50, 50. You know, it's who actually decides what's right and what's wrong there.
The issue here is that if you're approaching, as you say, the site from the left-hand side, you get the appreciation of the first dwelling as you pass it. The second one, as you come to it, you're not reading them as a ribbon of development. The old house is largely screened by trees on both sides of the Mullowinny Road, so you have no appreciation even of it. So at that point, when you reach the Mullowinny Road, the build up, the ribbon, the line of buildings ends. Then you migrate on down the road and you pass the other 2 houses. If we allow the filling of these gaps, you're changing the overall rural character of that area. It would be detrimental to that area's rural character. The reason that we cite that is because the gap is large enough to hold 3 dwellings. As you say, that may not happen, but it's to give you an appreciation of that gap. And in officer's opinion, it's an important visual break for that reason, because of the scale of it.
Anything further, members? Anybody need any further clarification? Otherwise, we need a proposal. Right, Councillor Mahon, David back.
Chair, I take on board there what Seamus said, and just, you know, if you're coming in the road, the visual linking in the gap, but I'm back to the width of the sites. You know, how we can come to what width it should be. I think there's only enough room for 2 sites there. You know, to match what's, you know, on the left there. What other reasons, Chair? That if we decided there was only enough room for 2 sites there, what other obstacles is there?
Seamus?
Maybe.
Well, the consideration or the concern is that it's contrary to policy DEO 5, criteria B, and policy HOE 13, paragraph 2, infilling is not sustainable, and it is not a small gap. suitable to accommodate only 2 dwellings within their own defined curtilage, in that the site is an important visual break, and is not sustainable development, as the proposed development would create a ribbon of development. So when you would add it to the 2 houses on the right-hand side, if you look at that shot that's up, it's going to create a ribbon development. At present, you have 2 isolated dwellings side by side, no real development linked on either side of them. If this were to be approved, they would not only link with them 2 houses, the 2 new plots would, but it would link the whole development as one. And at present, again, just to reiterate, it is officer's opinion that as that's an important visual break, there is no linkage between those individual properties at present. Whereas if this were allowed, they would link, and it would create a ribbon of development. So again, I suppose if that's answering your question, it's not just about plot sizes. It's about it being an important visual break, and how that break would be lost if developed, and how all the properties in that immediate vicinity would then read together. And I think, just to reiterate, on approach on the other direction, there's no appreciation of the 2 houses at the far end at present. Whereas if you fill this gap, you'll have a house, fairly substantial gap between those 2 houses on the left, and then you'd migrate towards what would then be a ribbon of development that currently doesn't exist.
Well, I hear what you're saying, Seamus, but if the gap then was, oh, we can't do hypotheticals, Chair will tell me, but if the gap was just for 2 sites there, what you might say is not for 2 sites, then that would create a ribbon. There'd be no, so to use the argument that if the 2 sites would create a ribbon, but if it was slightly less, it'd be approved and it would create the ribbon. What I'm saying, so if the 2 sites is there, and I believe it's just the width for the 2 sites, taking, it's, you could say, well, it's too big for 1 or 2, 3. I think it's quite ample for 2 there, and it suits on the left, and if that is answered, then the ribbon development obviously happens, because
I get the point you're making, but I think that's where the policy makers, those who wrote the policy, incorporated that bit about the visual break to rule out situations where, yes, you may look at it and say you could put 2 houses in there, you could space them out sufficiently. But when you're looking at a break that is an important visual break, you're then into the situation where you're consolidating development either side that ordinarily doesn't read with one another and doesn't link. So that's why the visual break was incorporated into the policy, to rule out situations like that.
Ireland, I think you need to come in.
Just, you asked a question just at the start there, Councillor, who decides? Well, obviously, you're the committee, you decide on this. So planners are here to give you advice and support you on this. In terms of the plot widths, there has been case law on this. There's been judicial reviews up in Belfast, but it's on PPS 21. It's not on this planning policy. But the judge in that case said it's not a mass test. You don't sit down with a ruler and measure the plot sizes out and say, you don't meet that. It's not that. What he did say, though, was it's a rural character test, and that's part of the policy test that you have before you today. So in terms of the plot sizes, it's the rural character you're looking at. What is the character driving along this road that you're faced with? And I think as Seamus had pointed out there, as you drive along the road, you have 2 houses on the right where the plot size is there. You have a house on the left with a plot size there, and then you have the other buildings, which the agents making the case have the bigger plot sizes. The question for you is, with your gap, what is a rural character? And is there room within that rural character for 2 plot sizes comparable to everywhere else? Or will you end up with 2 big plots that are totally out of character with the surrounding context? So the big lawns, big suburban lawns you get in the countryside, that's what the policy is written about.
Seamus, in relation to the visual linking, the photographs there that the agent submitted, you can see from one, when you can pass the small number 5 there, you can see number 8 and 9, or part of them anyway. So, to say that they're not visual, currently you can see.
Get the point you're making, Councillor. Yes, I would, and it's not to second guess or cast dispersions, but I think the agent said himself that was taken through the hedge, the image on the left. There's no, like, if you look at the shots provided from the road, and if you want to look at this other shot, it's difficult to see any visual linkage or any?
I think I can see through the trees there, all right, Chair, and see them, like, if you zoom in, look. To be fair, and you can certainly see the pillars or on down there. This is always a problem, the width of these sites, Chair. I don't know what other members think, but.
Councillor McCann, Stephen?
Chairman.
Bear in time that we're going to have to seek an extension or we'll have to finish this business.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Like I spoke too much in the last application about site sizes to come
Well,
on this one, but it's on the rural character aspect. I think it's very hard for a committee, to define what is a rural character by a screen. Who's to say that the houses, or lack of houses on up the road or before, there might be no houses at all. So how do we define what's rural character and what's not? This site, this application may well fit into the policy, may well be, you may well only get 2 sites into that. And it may be keeping in the area, keeping it within the curtilages of the area. But in terms of urban development, it's very hard to get a sense of that from a screen. That's the point I'm making, Chair.
Are you making a proposal or? That's all right. Members, we're going to talk around this subject. We need a proposal, whatever it is, so we can vote on it. So Councillor Thompson, Earl.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks to our planning officers for all their advice there. I think we could go round circles in this one, but I think we're coming very close to the time here. In the interest of everyone, I think I'll propose a deferral to allow a site meeting. And if there's any other further information that can be provided, I think a site meeting with the agent and the applicant is probably the way forward.
That's okay. I'll take that as a proposal for a deferred site visit. Councillor McCann, are you going to second that?
I'm happy. I was going to get something else there, Chair, but I'm happy to second that proposal.
All agreed? All agreed. So that's deferred for site visit. Right? Yep. We are now actually on time with our extensions. We have further reports, but there is confidential business that needs to be talked about with regard to legal matters. So it's up to see members whether you can finish it in 30 minutes or not. Please don't take too long because that's the clock is ticking. Oh, sorry, Roisin.
Sorry.
There you are.
I would propose that we adjourn. I don't think we'll have enough time.
Right. Your proposal, Councillor Devine Gallagher, is to adjourn because we don't believe we have time to finish the business. Seconded by Councillor Feely. All agreed? That's it. To the 27th, I said. Is it?
2 p.m.
2 p.m. Yep. And that'll be the town hall.